Thank you, everyone, for being here today. We're so excited to have you here as part of the Solve for Tomorrow pitch event. This is for us one of the most exciting points of the competition, to be able to meet you and to see you in person and have you present your projects. This is really one of those high energy moments for us, and we couldn't do it without you. I also want to thank you all for changing your schedules to be here. We had this event scheduled back in March with the worst timing. We had a snowstorm in New York, and we had to make a call to change the date. But we are very grateful that you all accommodated us to do the event today. So we are here this morning in Washington, D.C. to be together and to have some fun. So to start this morning, I'd like to welcome to the stage the President and CEO of Samsung Electronics America, Gregory Lee. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann. Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. When I see all of you, you guys remind me of my kids. And I have an 8-year-old boy and an 11-year-old girl. And my 11-year-old girl, girls are usually, they develop faster. She's very organized. But my boy, my 8-year-old boy, very disorganized. He's, kids will play basketball on one end, and then he'll be on the other end, like jumping up and down, chasing something that is invisible, But he's recently followed his sister to coding, and, he's coded Pong. And the corner of the Pong wouldn't work. The ball would just go right through. And so it took him like a month to fix that. And so I said, "Oh, that's great, Jaden," and pat him on the butt. "Jaden, that's great. You're doing so well. Next thing you're going to be doing is making Minecraft," because that's his favorite game. "You're going to be making Minecraft, Jaden." And he said to me, "No, Dad, I'm not going to be making Minecraft." I said, "Why not?" He said, "You know how long it took me to fix this Pong, Dad? It took me a month." He said, "And it'll take me 30 years to make Minecraft, Dad. And I'm going to have to ask a ton of questions, and somebody has to help me." And, I realized that, he's learning a lot, because he realizes, like, making these things and problem solving is very, very difficult, and coding is very hard, and it's going to take him years to learn this stuff. And not only that, he's going to have help from a lot of people, and to learn how to fix things or learn how to learn things that he doesn't know how to do. I said, "Oh, okay, he's coming along, but I don't know about his attitude. His attitude is not so good, not as good as yours." Anyways, I want to thank you all and congratulate all of you, the students here, for being here. I know what it took, like incredible competition and incredible skills to get here. And when I read about your projects and talk to you guys, I realize that it's not just you being smart. It's you are not only smart, but you are working on a team, so you're learning how to work as a team. You are able to communicate and sell your ideas and present, right? And you had to compete really hard. And not only that, I think the thing that I'm most inspired by you guys is your desire to help other people in doing all of that. I think those combination of skills is going to make you essential and really the future of our society, really. So anyway, welcome and congratulations. I want to thank our great judges. I see a couple of Samsung employees, Michelle Froa, and welcome back our old colleague David Steele. Yes, and thank you, all of our judges. Thank you for taking your time out and participating in this great event. This is a fantastic event. Samsung's been part of this event for 7 years, and we can't tell you how proud we are. We have learned a lot in the process with you. We gain from your energy, and I think by no means is this a perfect venue and perfect way to do things, but we've learned a lot, and it's all about the problems that you're trying to solve, and it's all about how well you work together, and it's truly inspirational. So I want to thank all of you again and wish you guys the best of luck, that all of you have a fair chance to win, and we'll see tomorrow who wins. Okay. Good luck.
So, Gregory's really humble, but I want you to know that he's here in DC for you guys. And so, it's hard to get to see him at all because he's a busy guy, but he actually made time to come meet you and see you and really celebrate you. So, I'm thankful, but really, he's gotten a chance to meet all of you and see what you do, which I don't know about you, but it's always nice to have someone really important care about what you do. So thank you. Next up, I'd like to introduce a very special guest, Ruth Farmer, to the stage. She is an advocate for diversity and inclusion in technology, engineering, and STEM. She's also formerly, before her current role, was part of the Office of Science and Technology Policy at the White House, really as a senior policy advisor, leading an effort called CS for All, which is computer science for all American students. And she's a huge advocate for the category, and please welcome Ruth Farmer to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, Ruth. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to be a little unconventional. I brought my phone up here for a reason. And welcome, everybody, and thank you so much to Gregory Lee. I do want to reiterate what Ann was just saying. You should pay attention to the fact that a company like Samsung is putting all this effort into getting you to think about solving problems with technology, right? That the CEO of Samsung America would come spend the day here. Do you know how much his time is worth? That is a really big deal. So I don't want it to be lost on you how much importance companies are putting into developing the next generation of innovators like yourselves. So thank you, and thank you, Anne, for the introduction. And I also want to thank April and Victoria and the rest of the Samsung team that has put this event together so well. So I have been doing this for more than 16 years, working on getting more young people into tech and innovation, and the minds and creativity of young people never cease to amaze me. And I am so impressed with all of your projects and the big things that you tried to solve and the creative ways you came up with solving them. And it's so much fun to watch that, and especially with all the cool technology that's available today. Like I said, I've been doing this for 16 years. So 16 years ago, we were like building simple machines out of like film canisters and rubber bands. Well, you can't get film canisters and rubber bands anymore, but the things that you guys have available to you, the technologies that you have available to play with, like simple computer boards that are on the child seat out there, that's really cool stuff. So you should be proud of yourselves. You came a long, long way to be here, both in work and time, and you beat out a lot of other young people for this opportunity. But more importantly, you are joining a legion of inventors and innovators. And this is a great American tradition. Being an innovator and inventor is part of the DNA of this country, and you should be very proud that you are part of this group and you have developed this skill. And you figured out that you can solve problems. That's the most important things. This is in our DNA, like I said. We are the country that put the first man on the moon. We invented the internet, or we might argue that Al Gore invented the internet. And we are going to put the first woman on Mars relatively soon. That's pretty exciting to me. I had the privilege of working in the most science and technology-oriented White House that we've ever had. I was in the Office of Science and Technology Policy. We had about 140 people working pretty much 16 hours a day to make sure that the policies, the budget, the rules, and everything that was coming out of our federal government was based on the best evidence and the best science, and was going to actually understand what the implications might be. Because one of the things about technology is it can be incredibly impactful for good, but can be equally impactful for harm. And so thinking about those things and the ways that regulations and policies impact those things is very important. So I ran Computer Science for All, and I'm happy to say I was looking at the list of all the states that are here. So Arkansas, what? Where's Arkansas? Okay, yes, okay. So Arkansas is actually leading the nation in the states working on Computer Science for All. They have a mandate that computer science is taught in all their schools, and they're moving very, very fast. I'm also happy to say New York is moving on this. Where's New York? Right, okay. Arizona is home to what is known as the Chief Science Officers Program, that high schools are electing students as Chief Science Officers in addition to having a student body president and all those other roles, which has been fantastic and created a whole legion of young youth leaders in science. And it's not just in Arizona, it's all over the place. I was in Mississippi launching something called CS for Mississippi last week. Where's Mississippi? Yes, okay. I also launched CS for Ohio last Friday in Columbus, Ohio, over here. Great. And West Virginia actually has this incredible program called Project Code Nodes, which is a partnership between the Land Grant University Extension Services Office and a coalition of black churches that's rolling out coding programs for girls in 23 churches across the state, which I think is super awesome use of existing networks. They also have a Coal Miners to Coders initiative that was launched by President Obama, so really cool things happening there. New Hampshire has CS for New Hampshire. New Jersey is also moving on this, and CS for Texas has 65 locations across the state. Yes. Go Texas. Oh, everything's bigger in Texas, I've heard. So I want to share with you some of the stories of the innovators I had the privilege to meet when I was at the White House. So it was a really interesting White House to be in. I was invited at least 12 times to different STEM events before I got hired to work there. And it was a very full place. It was buzzing all the time. And in any given day, there might be a whole bunch of national security people in dark suits running around with little headsets on. And then there might be a bunch of youth talking about education. My first week there, we had a hackathon with data scientists working on hacking foster care and figuring out how you could use big data about foster care and help youth be more successful and really improve the process. So there's a lot of things going on in this White House, and it was busy all the time. I like to joke that we started work at about 6 p.m. after all the people visiting left because we couldn't really get much done during the day. But we were meeting with Americans and talking to them and basically scouting and scaling, looking for the great things that people were doing around the country. So one of the big things I really liked was the police data initiative. With all the shootings and things that have been happening and causing a lot of unrest in the country, we said, okay, let's see if police chiefs will open their data and let's get data scientists to help them. So we brought in data scientists and police chiefs, and they sat down and they worked it out, and they figured out that they could understand patterns that were happening in their police departments using big data. And in one particular jurisdiction, reduce arrests from thousands to 500 in a year by understanding from the data that a lot of people with mental illness were being tracked into arrest patterns and into incarceration instead of into mental health care. They saved that city millions of dollars by finding this data, figuring it out, and redirecting those offenders. So that's one really great example. Another I really, really love is, you may not know this, but there are 120,000 Americans on a waiting list for an organ transplant right now. And that costs our country $30 billion a year. That's more than the entire budget of the National Institute of Health. Every single American who's receiving kidney dialysis is subsidized by the government. Their insurance is not paying that. The government is paying for that dialysis. So every person we take off the organ wait list saves us a lot of money every year. And so we brought everybody together around the country and started working on how do we make the list of organs get shorter? How do we make organs travel faster to the people who need them? How do we make sure the systems all work together? And how do we get more Americans to sign up for organ donation? This is a big critical thing. And I'll tell you one thing Samsung could do. Are you listening? Okay. So next time you do the update on the Samsung phone, when you're doing that update registration, send people, say, are you an organ donor? Do you have a health app? Okay, when they set up their health app, are you an organ donor? And get them to sign up, because only 45% of Americans are signed up, even though 95% of people say they think it's a good idea. So that's a really creative way to use modern technology to get people to do what they want to do anyway, right? And then finally, I want to talk about the champions of change for making. Making is such a great movement, and there's so much great technology out there that we can use. I met this woman, Dara Dots, who is a 3D printing innovator, and she develops systems where she'll drop into Haiti or some kind of place that's having a natural disaster and figure out what medical supplies they need on demand right there, train the locals how to 3D print them and set them up with a printer and give them the supplies. Because it takes too long to ship everything into a disaster area. Things get caught up. Things don't make it to where they need to be. So she teaches them how to solve that right there on the ground. There's so much great innovation, and it's all coming out of our minds, right? It's not coming out of the technology. It's coming out of our minds, because the technology that you're using today is not going to be the technology you're using in 2 years. And I'm sure Gregory probably knows what the technology you're going to be using in 2 years looks like, but he won't tell you. But I just saw a thing pop up on Facebook this morning that was like, here was the hottest technology in 1997. Not one of those things exists anymore. Web TV, there was some funny little music player that used a weird small memory device that nobody has anymore. So it's not really about the technology, it's that you are developing your mind as it's the most powerful tool you have, the mind to solve problems. I have been privileged to spend a lot of time with people like you and see really, really great innovation, and I'm happy to say you have a very, very, very bright future. I know young people that I have worked with since they were 9 years old that are now in a PhD program at Georgia Tech, that are now solving big problems at national research labs, that are working in the Department of Defense. There are all kinds of places for you to take your energy. I bet Samsung wants you to take it to Samsung, which is a good thing. But the future is really, really, really bright for you. There are 1.4 million jobs available in the United States in technology. And that's a big part of the reason why companies are putting so much effort into getting you there. So I do this at all my talks. I'm going to tweet you. And since you're going to be doing a bunch of pitching and you need to get your energy levels up, we're going to stand up. This might interrupt your live stream a little. Okay, now I'm going to record it, but first we're going to practice, right? So we get 3 big sections here. We're going to go solve for tomorrow. And I want some energy. Right? You're starting your day. Okay, we're going to practice one time. Ready?
Solve for tomorrow.
Okay, one more time.
Solve for tomorrow.
Okay, now I'm going to do it with the video and with my hand, right? Okay, we got this. All right. Ready? Go.
Solve for tomorrow.
Right on. Okay, folks, good luck to all of you. It does not matter who wins or loses because you've already made it this far to this very prestigious event, and you're going to have so much fun today, and I hear the pizza is good for dinner as well. Thank you.
Thank you. What a great way to start the morning with some key insights from the very top as to where your future's going and what's out there, and just the hope we have in all of you in guiding us to what that next generation is. I always joke that in a lot of these meetings with students that I want you to remember me because one day I might need a job and you guys will be the leaders of the future. But no, it's true. You guys are really the generation that will be reinventing the things we don't know today. So this is one step in many steps on defining what that will be. So, without further ado, I want to introduce you to my co-host. He is the star and host of a popular science show called Nicopedia. Wonder what his first name is. Where he explains life's quirky questions through science. So, Nick, come on up to the stage. That's yours.
Check, 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 check. Check one, check two. That's just my regular voice. All right, just actually, real quick before we get started. Who watches YouTube? Show of hands. Bam! Yeah, that's my audience right there. You guys are great. Just another question. Have you guys ever heard of a show called Smosh? Just show of hands. It's probably going to be the students, not the adults here. Great. Okay, cool. So I work on a show called Smosh. Basically what we did is we integrated science into the regular show, which has 22 million subscribers, into a secondary channel that has 5 million subscribers. So science is integral to my life, and I came here last year as a judge, and I geeked out for like the whole 5 hours. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. The projects that the kids, you're really not kids, you're more like young adults. Every project that came out, I was thinking to myself, that is genius, that is incredible, I can't believe you guys thought of it. And I watched all the videos this year, and I thought the same thing. So I don't know if you guys are excited, but I know that I'm excited to watch you guys pitch. And so before we get started, I want to it's a very technical thing. I was a pre-med major. So if everyone can raise their left arm like this, right? And then you have to extend it to a 90-degree angle behind your head, right? And then you put your arm all the way down right here, and then you pat yourself on the back right there. All right, that's for you guys. All right. So there's some technical stuff we need to go over here, and then we're going to get started. So, okay, we are live streaming. See some cameras right here. Everyone say hello to this camera. Hello, camera. There's another one back there. Hello, camera. There's one over there. We can call them A, B, and C. That's what they do in the film industry. So we'll say that's A, that one's B, and that one's C. Okay, there is a hashtag. It is hashtag Samsung Solve. So anyone that is taking photos before, during, after, whatever, use that hashtag, because I know I'm going to be on Twitter. I'm going to be looking at all the photos and be like, oh, that's good. I remember that kid. But make sure to use that hashtag. There are 2 categories for winners here. So we have 1 community choice winner, and then we have 3 national winners. So there's 4 ways you can win today. So that's pretty good. That's good for you guys. And the winners will be announced live tomorrow on the same live stream. So what we're live streaming today, it will be announced tomorrow. So you don't have to wait. It's not like a sweepstakes. We'll actually find out tomorrow.
No scratching on that.
No scratch-offs. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. All right.
Okay, so, a couple of key points that I want to hit that I think is unique for this year. One of the things we did this year was to shift from STEM to STEAM. And one of the key reasons for that is that, going into the program for the past 6 years, what we saw was so much creativity and imagination that was really integral to these unique projects that we saw. We decided to really celebrate what was already in our programs by highlighting the A in STEAM. So, what you see is just amazing. Look at, for the first school that's coming up, the prototypes and just the design and creativity of the students. So, STEM is typically known for critical thinking, but we're also using creative thinking.
It's actually A for effort. That's what the A, they stuck it in there.
Exactly.
But just to riff off that, you make a good point. Science is all about problem solving, and the arts is all about creativity. And in order to solve problems, you have to come at it with a creative angle. And so to have the A in there makes a lot of sense. Plus, it just kind of sounds cooler, right? Like STEAM as opposed to STEM, like steam engines. I've got a lot of steam today, like I'm blowing off steam. I think STEAM's pretty cool.
So we're excited to bring this new element to the contest, and we think that's it just makes the program that was already great even better. But so before we get started, and I know you guys are waiting, thank you for your patience till we get to this point. What we wanted to do before we kicked off was to introduce you to the team that you need to smile in front of, sell your idea to, and really make sure that they know all the hard work and effort that you've put in. So what I'd like to do is go from this side over. We have Babette Alina. She is Director of Government Relations at the Rhode Island School of Design. So if any of you guys are applying to RISD.
She's a fierce one, people. She's fierce.
And I have to say that I mentioned this last night, I actually met Babette at a conference at the United Nations last year, and she talked about the importance of creative and critical thinking. And she spoke like two people before me, and by the time like the person between us spoke and I spoke, I was kind of sold. And I really think it's important to have advocates talking about that balance, and she is one of the foremost advocates for STEAM education. So, Babette, do you want to just stand up so everyone can see you and be able to say hello? Our next judge is David Steele. He's an advanced leadership fellow at Harvard University. And he is actually one of the founders of the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow 7 years ago. And so, David? Okay. The next judge that we have is Michelle Froh. She is actually a Samsung executive, and we're really proud to have her here with us. I'm a big fan to have actually a woman executive at Samsung be part of it, and also she leads marketing excellence at Samsung, but also has an engineering background, so she will be asking you tough questions on behalf of Samsung, and we're so glad to have you here. Michelle? Okay. The next judge is a really good friend of the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow, Brian Mastroianni. Thank you. I've been practicing. Brian is a journalist. He covers all things science and tech for CBS News, but has been a longtime friend of us in terms of encouraging both, the storytelling of Samsung Solve for Tomorrow, which is how a lot of schools actually find out about the contest, but also being able to celebrate the stories that you bring to the contest as well. So, Brian? Okay. And last but certainly not least is Elliot Mark. Elliot is the Director of Development and Project Lead the Way. So many of the schools that are here today and schools all around the country know about the program Project Lead the Way, and a great partner of Samsung Solve for Tomorrow. So thank you. Come on up, Elliot. Okay.
And we just wanted to reiterate, yes, we do have judges, yes, but these aren't Simon Cowell's up here. You literally, just by being here, you have already won at life. Honestly, that's a really big statement, but you have to realize that at such a young age to be here, first of all, it's a resume builder, but two, this is really going to set a path for you that you can come back to and you can utilize for the rest of your life. So it is a big deal to be here, and so you should be really stoked that you're already here. And so again, the judges are here to, obviously it's a competition, they're here to judge, but they're going to go easy on you. So have a good time while you're up here.
All right. So without further ado, let's get started. Okay, the first school up is the John P. Holland Charter School from New Jersey. Come on up. A little schedule shift, but. Do we have the second mic? Oh, they have one. Yeah, I have one. Good.
Hi guys, my name is Demary.
And my name is Axel, and we are extremely excited to be here and to be able to share our project with you. We come from Paterson, New Jersey, one of the most crime-stricken cities in our state. And because of this, we decided to create an app that would help kids feel safer while walking. I had a personal experience with this. Me and my cousin, we were walking to school and an older man began to follow us. It was one of the scariest moments of my life. Luckily, we got out unscathed as we went into a store.
What does our app do? Our app contains a help button that, when pushed, alerts authorities. A notification will pop up asking if you are sure you are endangered. When clicked yes, a text message will be sent to anybody you like, but an authority figure. On your phone, it will say officials are notified. Here is what the text looks like. As you can see, it states your exact location. Additionally, the app tracks your route while walking to school. On the main screen, you will click Setup. This will bring you to the landmark screen, which you see here. You enter landmark name and address. You will enter the amount of time it should take you to get from point A to point B from the drop-down menu. Then you click Add Landmark. You will repeat these steps for each landmark. For example, if I'm walking to school, I would say McDonald's 5 minutes, Burger King 3 minutes, my house 2 minutes, and within that time if I do not get there. Then you click Show Landmark. You will see all the landmarks that you have entered. Then you click Done. At this point, you'll be brought back to the first screen, which is the Help button screen. If you are ready to start, you just click Start, and you're brought to the route tracking screen. Click Start and you're on your way. If you arrive at your destination in the time desired, the app will go automatically by itself to the next checkpoint. But if you do not reach your location at the time, it will alert authorities right away immediately.
Now, how did we work together to create this app? We split our group up into 3 teams: the design team, the help button team, and the route guidance team. The design team worked on creating the layout of the app and making it easy for students to use. The help button team helped on coding the help button, and the route guidance team focused on route tracking and making sure that the app was able to read when his or her user reached his or her destination in the time allotted.
It was very exciting to work with Fairleigh Dickinson University, a science computer department, to create our application. We visited FDU and learned a lot about coding and how codes and formulas can bring our app to life. Coding our app was very involved. We had to create a mathematical formula that detects the latitude and longitude of landmarks we've entered to match the latitude and longitude of we were actually walking. We worked on creating a delta in our formula that would be precise enough to allow room to walk on either side of the street and knowing our exact location.
This was actually one of our challenges, finding the correct delta. The delta is the difference between your current location, meaning latitude and longitude, and your desired latitude and longitude.
We are so thrilled that this app worked the way it planned, and we are so excited for many reasons. First, it is affordable and easy to use for everyone. It can impact so many lives and used globally, and it can give schools and students a sense of security while walking to school. But most importantly, it can save a life. According to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, nearly 800,000 kids are reported missing each year. That's more than 2,000 per day. If we can just save one life, we feel like we've done our job. Thank you so much, and we are pleased to have this opportunity.
So, judges, do you have any questions for the students or the teachers?
You stated that your goal was to help students feel safe during their walk. How did you measure whether you've met that goal?
Well, this app will do everything for you. So it's not like if you're endangered, oh my God, I have to pull out my phone. No, it does everything for you. So it's like walking with the big brother, for example. He is always there to protect you. If you go off your route, he is there to stop you and say, oh no, you're going wrong. Your phone is like your guide, your brother, or something like that in a sense.
We actually did a survey to see who felt unsafe while walking to school, and 44% of our middle school students said they felt unsafe.
Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to ask a follow-up question to that. So did you go back and survey students, I think this is where we were heading, to see whether this made them feel, whether this idea would make them feel safer, and also whether it was too restrictive in terms of, well, what if you change your mind and you want to go to Burger King instead of McDonald's?
No, we actually took the survey before we started creating the app to see if it was actually a big problem with our community. This is when after we took the survey and we saw everyone felt kind of unsafe, we began to brainstorm and we came up with the idea of the help button and the route tracking. Oh, and about it being restrictive, it goes by landmarks, and each landmark has its set time. For example, if you were like going from home to McDonald's, you can put 15 minutes, and that could give you time to like do whatever you need to do, and then on to the next landmark.
I can obviously see the passion that you had and some of the personal stories that helped you create this idea. Was there anything that surprised you along the way that you had to solve for?
Yeah, we all thought that this was going to be very boring and easy. But when I went to Fairleigh Dickinson, we were like, Jesus, what have we got ourselves into? It was like 5 pages just filled of coding, and then they didn't give us anything. They were like, no, I'm not giving you nothing. You have to figure it out yourself. So when we found the delta, it was actually me and my partner, Shakira. It was very like amusing because we were like, yeah, we got it, we beat it. So it was like very encouraging.
So a similar question to that, but I noticed you split into teams, and each team had different work to do. Sometimes working in teams is not easy. So what did you learn about working in teams by splitting up the work like that?
Well, eventually we had to come together, so we had to make sure the puzzle pieces fit, so we had to think alike in some form.
Yeah, we're like all classmates. We all like friends and family. Like we love each other. So working wasn't that hard. So when we were working together, if I would say yes and 2 of them would say no, I would be like, yeah, I understand what you guys, but I'm still right and you're wrong.
Like any family. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Well, obviously, this is something that has impacted your community specifically and has, a real personal resonance for all of you. I know in your presentation you mentioned the idea of this could be used globally or all over the place, like other schools, other communities. When you're thinking about this app, what would be your ideal future case scenario for this? Where do you see this going moving forward? How do you like it to be used by maybe a broader base of communities?
I mean, eventually this app could go global, and it won't just help our little town area. Everyone can use it. Anyone can use it for different situations. Like you get stuck or something, you can press the help button, and anyone would be notified. And sometimes you don't have the time to click the help button. So as soon as you're taking off your route or your timer reaches 0, they'll be notified as well.
This isn't just for school either. This can be for your parents. Like if I'm going to the mall with my friends, she'll see that I'm at the mall, not somewhere else. So basically like your parents or your school's like eye on you. So this can be not used for school, it can be used for anything. So that's where I see it going.
Any last thoughts? Anything you want to let the judges know? Nick, do you have a question for him?
I don't think this is on. But it reminds me actually of the I think it's Staples, right? It's a help button, right? And you hit the button. It's kind of like the real application for that. I think it's impressive. I think it's amazing. And actually, I had a question as well. The follow-up, you guys, there was no, you guys didn't put out a survey afterwards. But have you, in your own experience, have you used it, and do you feel better?
We actually went outside to test it, and it worked, and we were like, whoa, this is actually useful, and we can, sure.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Cool.
we stopped to talk to see if it will alert her, and within us not reaching our destination, within 30 seconds, she had got the text. And studies show that the more you wait, the less the percentage goes down of you finding somebody. So that was really cool.
Got it. Very cool.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
John P. Holland Junior High School. Awesome. Thank you. Wow, that was amazing.
Is this? Oh, it is on. All right. They turned me back on. That was incredible. Thank you so much. A lot of the projects that are app-based, I think, are. It kind of shows you where where technology is going. There's so many apps on our phone. We look at our phone constantly, every couple seconds. So it makes sense for something to be really useful for it to be on our phones. And so I think it's being very astute in understanding where people are looking and taking advantage of that. So
Yeah.
I think that's impressive.
I think that's amazing. So next up, we have Gering High School from Nebraska. Hi, guys.
Do you guys need this extra mic?
Can I talk? Step over here. Well, we're from Gearing, Nebraska. We belong to Gearing High School, and I'm Alexis Johnson.
My name is Eric Crane.
I'm Peyton Wolfel.
And in our community, it's a very large farming community, and we have noticed that our nitrate levels in our Ogallala aquifer that supplies water to 2.3 million people has levels that could start to become federal regulation. And we even have an area, it's called the LOL area, and it's a Lusk, Oshkosh, and Llewellyn, Oshkosh, and Lingle area. And they have such a high nitrate level that federal regulation has came in, and they told them that this summer they can't put a lot of pesticide on their crops. They have to take it down so their water can somehow be uncontaminated, and they're hoping that their nitrate levels will come down so they can drink their water again. So seeing this, we decided that instead of blanket spraying our crops, we can take it down and precisely do one crop or one weed at a time and not mess with the whole field.
So our vision behind that was to create a dual drone spraying system, and that would eliminate the need to entirely blanket spray the field with a crop duster or with whatever. And our first quadcopter or drone was equipped with an NDVI camera that would snap an image of the entire field, and it would be taken back to a computer to be analyzed and program a flight path directly to the drone. And so yeah.
To get through it, we decided that through drone, we have two apps, a DJI Go and a DJI Performance Flyer. The DJI Go, we can fly the drone. With the Performance, we use waypoints to map out our field. So once we program, it's kind of like a longitude, latitude, and we put where we want the drone to go, and it'll fly over, and come back, and map out the field with the camera. Then we can take it over to a computer, plug it in, and it'll show on Google Maps what the field actually looks like. We used it on our track at our school, and it came up and showed our actual digital of our track.
But prior to this, we had no knowledge of how to program, let alone design extra accessories for our drones. So we had to spend a lot of time in class researching and talking to different outside sources of how to figure out simple solutions for a huge problem in our community, and not only for our community, but for everywhere else in the world. So,
With Peyton, he can talk about the way we figured out our servo, and he was the mastermind behind the whole thing of if we wouldn't have had Peyton to do the servo, it wouldn't have gotten done. Peyton?
Thank you. To help make the drone able to spray, I helped donate a servo that was used on RC. We had some fun. I got to teach Mr. Ramuth how it works, and I think he had fun with it. We had to recalibrate it so it would make proper turns to activate the can so it would spray as we were going. It was honestly quite fun to work with a drone, let alone servo at the same time. We kind of learned that there's two channels, so we'd activate the drone and activate the servo at the same time by accident. So we had to change channels, but it was a great opportunity to learn how this stuff works and how it functions, and yeah, it's really going to make a good impact.
Any questions from the judges?
I was speaking to this team earlier, and would you speak a little bit about how you figured out the difference between color recognition
Our
and
GIS specialist?
Yeah.
So we, along with being partnered with the University of Lincoln Extension Center, we were also partnered with the North Platte Resources Center. And when they had a GIS specialist come in and talk to us about, because they're really interested, talking about the LOL area, they want to figure out how to get their nitrate levels down. And he came in very interested about what we have come up with. And he showed us through algorithm and very smart stuff that you can take and have filters over what you photograph, and you can have the black as the dirt, the gray is your crop, and this white is your weed. So then you can put it in a waypoint, click that weed that you want, and the drone will go over, stop, lower, and spray, go on to the next weed as the next waypoint. Then it'll come back home when it is done.
So I loved in the video, there was a scene of so yeah. Oh yeah. So I hope you learned from that. But always in science, in experiments, you make mistakes, things go wrong, and you learn from them. What was the biggest thing that went wrong, and how did you learn from that? Other than that drone flying into the wall, right?
Probably just trying to figure out everything on our own, because like I said, everything was just basically done through classwork, research, and talking to different people and getting their insight on the problem and different solutions. So honestly, it was difficult in that aspect, but it was also really enjoyable because it challenged us and it brought us closer together as classmates and just working together basically as one big family, and trying to come up with a solution that could hopefully eventually be used everywhere.
Sorry, I'm going to take the mic because I have a question. How many different versions of prototypes did you work on through the process?
Three. We had a dual can spraying system that we used from printers, and a servo, and some gears. Well, that didn't really work, so we stuck with the printer plate, and we had dual spray, which is when it crashed. We broke the Bernoulli, because our cans were outside its wingspan. So now we decided when it crashed, we had to condense it down. So we had a piece of foam that we just stuck the can in, trying to keep it light, because if it's too heavy, it won't pick it up, or it'll go off ways, or it'll drain our battery really fast. So we decided that we'd use that, and it worked. It picked it up. It was great. And then our AutoCAD program built us this really cool 3D printed, and it's a honeycomb effect, so it keeps it lightweight but keeps it sturdy when it lands, because the drones kind of land a little hard.
I have a question about how you defined requirements. Did you talk to any farmers about what success would look like? There's a lot of specific questions I could ask, like how quickly can you scan an entire field per acre, and how quickly can you spray per acre, and then what the effect is. But how did you go through that process of defining with someone what you?
We have the first guy that came in to talk to us was he an aircraft? And Air Force, and he works at Sandberg's. Well, Sandberg's for us is a big farming equipment, and they're using a drone to go out and scan fields. So that's how we learned of how to scan the fields, because they already do the scanning, but nobody has brought the scanning and the spraying into the same system.
Actually, I have a question on that too. So I think it's very clever and great problem solving, to pull two pieces together and solve a specific problem. After you've completed this, do you think that there might be other applications for the technology and the solution that you've created?
What do you mean by applications?
Other problems you could solve beyond the fields?
I mean, definitely. Drones are being used every day for everyday use, whether it be just following you, taking pictures on a hike, or now we're trying to make it so it can help agriculturally. And honestly, if you can do that, then the possibilities could possibly be endless with what you can do with drones. Maybe instead of looking out a window and seeing a plane, you could probably look out and be like, "Oh, Mom, look, there's a drone flying over the field." So, it's just exciting to know that you can turn anything as long as you set your mind to it. So
I just had a technical question. What is the quote servo? I don't know what that is.
Okay, so the servo is this little piece up here in the handle, and it just moves back and forth, and it activates the spraying system. So, but I kind of played a little bit part in this, but he knows the most about it, so I'll let him explain a little bit more in detail about that.
So the servo is just kind of like a big gearbox. You program it to go this amount of degrees this way, but you can make it go less the other. So we had to calibrate it to turn. It originally ran in an RC boat, so it had totally different calibrations to turn. But in overall, it's just like a little gearbox, but it turns. It can pull a lot with its little power.
And you guys had to like rewire it, refigure it out in order for this application. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it ran on channel 1. And we didn't know the drones did too, so we had to switch channels. So when the drone was taken off, the can was spraying. So
this is my last question. What do you think the number one thing you learned from this experience is?
All of us, or
individually. Yeah. I feel like I got like a good chance of teamwork. You learn to work together, think together, put things together. You also learn how to work with something you've never messed with before. And you learn that, oh, hey, this is a lot more sensitive than this, and you break stuff sometimes, but you live and you learn.
Like, everything might be difficult at first, but if you really want to apply yourself and if you really dedicate yourself to something that you think will cause change, you can make it happen. No matter how difficult or how hard it may be, it's just always keeping your mind set, keeping your mind focused, and always trying to accomplish what you didn't think you could accomplish the next day. So it's just a nice piece of motivation to have, and nice to know that you can do anything you want.
Teamwork makes the dream work?
Yes.
Well, in our electronics class, we have 2 girls. I'm the only one in my class. And so to be able to work with these boys and be accepted into them, because it was just great. They didn't, push me away. You're a girl. What are you doing here? They brought me in, and they're like, all right, you got some good ideas. What you doing? And it was kind of nice to just know that it's not just an all-male profession anymore. We're getting into where women are actually great about it. And I was talking to Babette about it, and she was very happy about how many girls she saw here, and it makes me happy too.
That's awesome.
Yeah, great ending to your presentation. Thank you very much. Very nice. Okay, I think it's a great point. Over the years since we've done the contest, we've been so happy to see that there are these co-ed teams. We've had all-girls teams before, but really to see sort of the different aspects of thinking that come with having both male and female students be part of these projects.
Absolutely. I think the one thing that I learned from the last presentation is that there's an area called LOL. That in itself is pretty LOLZ, lols, right? Am I right? That's incredible. I don't know why that part of the town has not been memed to death, because that's pretty great.
Okay, so next up we have Pineville Middle School from West Virginia. All right, come on.
Hi, I'm Ty Eller.
I'm Chloe Pritchard, and we are here to represent the Pineville Giving Tree. The Pineville Giving Tree is a student-operated organization where fellow students that are having trouble getting their daily needs met can inform us, and we will give it to them for free. But of course, the concept didn't start from here.
As we started, we noticed that some of the children in our community did not have their daily needs met, and we knew that this was due to 2 very heart-wrenching reasons. First comes the coal decline. Living in a rural part of wild and wonderful West Virginia, we knew that coal decline means job decline, and the less money that these kids have to spend on the stuff they need means the less chance that they can get what they need.
Second comes the drug epidemic. Our county holds the record of being the second worst drug abuser of the state. As the struggle becomes more real, more children in the community are put into foster care, leaving it very hard for them to get what they need. As soon as we noticed this fact, we knew we wanted to change it. That's when the Giving Tree came to life. We started by dividing into 4 teams based on what our interests were. The groups were commercial and marketing, inventory and app making a useful website, and video and marketing. As the project became more well-known, not only did the number of items increase, but the amount of the bonding of the community as well. The commercial and marketing's group job was to make an awesome commercial that would draw people in to realize what we were doing.
Next, we have renovating the dungeon. The dungeon is a building under the bleachers of our gym, which was a perfect place to hold our inventory and have our headquarters. This eerie, stinky, dark former boys' locker room has not been used in decades, so we were offered it. In fact, our future plans for the dungeon include adding a washer and dryer station and adding a shower. Then there's the website building team. This team is in charge of building a website where students can anonymously or by name tell us what they need, and if we don't have what they need, we can request community groups and they will get us what is requested. The inventory group has to keep count of what items we have in stock, find out what we need, and build an app where we can keep track of what we have.
We definitely couldn't have persevered through this project without using STEAM. For the part of our project that involves science, we use Maslow's hierarchy of needs to comfortably approach our customers and learn more about psychology. For technology, we use Premiere Pro to edit our commercials, and we use Google SketchUp to provide a clear 3D model of our under the bleacher headquarters. The engineering of our project includes creating a scale model of the dungeon so that we could plan what we wanted in the dungeon in the future, and learned how to code on code.org. In the arts category of our project, we included painting our headquarters from head to toe and using each student's creativity to come up with a good commercial. The math in our project contains the measuring of the dimensions so that we knew the exact measurements to make our scale model out of, and to figure out the timing and other specifics of our video.
Using STEAM and the creativity of all the students in the class, in the future, we hope to remain the lean green STEAM machines that we really are deep inside. We would like to thank Samsung for this awesome opportunity to solve for tomorrow, our awesome community that has created the path, and most of all, our second period class teacher, for we would be nowhere without her encouraging spirit that we know will turn us into great leaders as we grow older. Thank you. This is the Pineville Giving Tree.
That was amazing. Thank you. Any questions?
So it was great. You know, you mentioned inventory team. One of the big challenges with an operation like this is matching up what people give you with what people want. So what were the challenges that you faced there in terms of matching up donations with what people wanted?
Well, mainly making an app, because this is all new to us. We took a lesson of code on code.org, and it really taught us how to keep control of what we have and what donations we recently got. And at that time, we were literally getting bags of donations in once a week. So we were working every day of the following, entering what we have, and if somebody wanted something, we'd take it out of the inventory.
Your problem is very much, your project is very much driven by your problem. It's you're bringing in a lot of different subject areas to address different problems that you see. It's very multidisciplinary project. I know you've covered a couple, but give me a couple more examples of how you use math in some ways and how you use psychology. You pulled from a lot of areas, so give me a couple more examples about how you use the different disciplines.
Well, as we mentioned before, for the math, we had to do all the dimensions of the dungeon, so that was very hard because we're all kind of short, so it was hard to get in the high places. But otherwise, we used it. We had to count how many items we had in clothing or toiletries or school supplies. So that was kind of hard because, as he mentioned, we're getting multiple donations every week. So.
And this project answers and deals with so many very serious, difficult issues in your community. As middle schoolers, what was that experience like for you guys? Reaching out to community members, actually going out, working with adults in a lot of these instances. Was that intimidating? Was that challenging? And how did that? What was kind of the big takeaway from that for you?
Well, it was a bit intimidating at first because the community was like, it's all on you. You're supporting the whole community right now, and you can do this. And I feel like that really, really drove us to go farther and farther and farther. And currently, we're training our 5th grade students. That way, next year, they'll be able to come up and know how to operate the app and the website and know how to work the inventory and following.
I think it's very ambitious of everything that you've accomplished, and I particularly like that you didn't only solve a problem, but that you had to engage the community to help you solve that problem. So with your commercial, what was the one thing that you wanted to focus on and tell people to make them, inspire them to help you?
Well, we did get featured in the newspaper some, so that did get the word out a lot because we're a kind of small community. So that really helped some. And then, like our parents, we told them about this, of course, and then they know people that would always bring in bags, and that really got other people wanting to start help just all around.
And we started a Facebook page. That way, every time we need something, we have pretty much our whole community liking that page and following so that they know when we post and say, I need an extra large boys shirt. Then we can post it on Facebook, and by the next day, we usually have that shirt.
Any final thoughts? Anything you want the judges to know about your overall experience, next steps for the future, or anything else?
We definitely want to code more on our website because we've never really practiced coding, so it was very new to us. So we got a platform-enabled website, which means the codes were already done, but there are still some parts of our website that do need coding, so we do hope to get that done in the future.
And we are also currently making the 3rd of our commercials. And our team is working on making a video that will describe more of how to operate the website and tell I need this, because it can be a little bit confusing to some students, and most of them are coming to us, either Mr. Shoemate, our principal, or the teacher, and sometimes even the students, because they just don't know how to work the website. So we're working on another video right now.
I just had one more question, same as last group. What was the number one thing you learned through this whole process, and individually? So you can go first.
The main thing I learned is that you have to think about other people rather than the main people that you mainly think of. That's a lot of mains. But, yeah, I mainly think of my best friends or my teachers or my parents or my grandparents. But you have to think about those people that go home without you knowing what they have or what's going on outside of school. So it really made me learn that you have to care about other people and not just who you mainly know.
I'm going with him on this. I learned that a lot of people in our school actually don't have like what we think they do. They go home and they can't eat what they want to eat, or they can't wear what they want to wear, and we learned that by just seeing how many donations we've got and how many people have actually used it already.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, round of applause. Thank you. You know, I think it's awesome to be able to, this is a STEAM competition, and, there's so many things to focus on. So it's so heartening to hear that the idea of empathy and really being able to stretch beyond your local sort of set of friends is one of the outcomes.
I think what's really interesting about this competition in general is that there are problems in different communities that we don't think of. Like, for example, in Los Angeles, that problem definitely is also it's the same type of problem, right? Same. There are people in need, and there are some support systems, but it's not a coal mining area necessarily, so it wasn't as hit as hard in the last 10 to 20 years. And so I think it's really interesting that there's all these individualized problems all over the United States, and that this competition kind of brings those to light.
Yeah,
and the solutions.
Yeah, community and the solutions has really been one of the most inspirational parts of the project.
Awesome.
So now we have Beebe Junior High School from Arkansas. Thanks for coming out.
Take it away.
And we're from Beebe Junior High in Beebe, Arkansas.
We first chose this project when we are in Hot Springs, Arkansas, right down the road from our hometown. A baby had died in a hot car, and that really hit home for us because that was so close and it affected our community. And then in the last year before we started our project, 37 children had died in hot cars, and 5 had already died in 2017 when we started building our project.
After researching this problem, we came up with our first idea, and our first idea was to actually make a Bluetooth. Or an app to let the parents know if you left your kid in a hot car. But that came with its own set of problems and complications, like if you didn't have service or your phone died. So we came up with our first prototype, which was made out of Legos, and it was supposed to make the car alarm go off. But that was not able to actually make the car alarm go off because it was only Legos. So we had to make our own next prototype out of an Arduino board and a pressure sensor that actually connected to our car through a key fob and made the car alarm go off.
Our second prototype that we have right here, it works by a pressure sensor in the car seat, and if you push down pressure representing the baby in the hot car, or the baby in the car seat, and with the pressure plate, it starts the Arduino board, and when it starts that, the LED representing the key fob that we would have on the car seat, but we can't set a car off here, would start it. It starts the Arduino and starts running the code, and when the temperature sensor right there on our breadboard gets above 80 degrees, like in a car, then the alarm will go off, which is like the LED that went off, representing that the alarm is going off, notifying anyone that is around.
Okay, thank you. That's driving from New York with this car seat in the back. We put some pots and pans. I'm sure that there were a couple of cars that were kind of curious looking at us bring it down here. But judges, do you have any questions?
I have a tech question I asked you earlier that I think would be really useful to hear. How would you what are your plans for distinguishing this from a car alarm that people ignore?
Well, we want to get the alarm to sound off a different sound, because walking through a car alarm, that's just a normal car alarm. We want to get maybe something that says a baby is in this car and it's in danger, and so it will be unique and won't be just a normal car alarm.
So who and what would you need to engage to figure that frequency out?
Well, first off, we'd have to talk to the car companies and maybe get them to show us how, from the experts maybe.
Where did you learn how to program on an Arduino board? Where did you learn those skills?
Well, we reached out and got help from the Innovation with the complications of the Arduino and figuring this all out, and with the errors of the code that we had, and he really just set us on a straight track and really helped us out. I liked, honestly, the complications, the errors and trial and error all adding up, and it was just really fun to really explore through it.
What was most frustrating?
All the errors.
You said you worked through a lot of different potential solutions. What was your process as a team for coming up with the ideas to solve the problem?
Well, I guess we just. Oh.
Yeah, I'll jump in. Well, just the problems in general. Is this on? Okay. Just the problems in general with trying to Bluetooth and do the phone stuff. We quickly ruled that out. There's too many possibilities for a phone to be dead and we lose a child. And we didn't want to risk that. So we said, let's keep it simple. We talked to an engineer from Evenflow. And that engineer said, if it's too complicated, if you're trying to Bluetooth stuff, people won't use it. And I know with my parents and grandparents, they wouldn't figure out Bluetooth. So, but they could figure this out and set this down. So it just kind of became like a no-brainer. We need to keep it simple so people will use it.
So you reached out to experts and
yeah, absolutely.
brainstormed.
Yeah, we talked to an engineer from Evenflow, like I said, the coding from the Innovation Hub. We reached out to the experts because we're not the experts on that stuff.
You know, for you two as students, what was that like working with the experts and kind of having this opportunity to gain knowledge from them, to learn from them? I don't know, what was maybe the most surprising thing that you learned or something that you weren't expecting to learn from them when you entered this process?
I really wasn't expecting there to be that many complications. I thought it would be a lot easier process to go through, but there's a lot more background knowledge that you need to know to start going in on this.
How did you test this platform? I know you probably you want to replicate real world scenarios that your user will be using it, but you probably don't want to put a baby in a hot car to test it. So describe your testing procedure that you actually used to make sure your system would work.
So what we did was we took our, we put this in Kurt Richter's Jeep, and I just put my hand on the pressure plate, simulating that I was the baby sitting down. And when you put your hand on this or the baby sits down, it actually flashes saying that this is starting to run the code. And when the code starts running, it starts checking the temperature every second using this. And once the temperature hits 80 degrees inside the car, it sets the car alarm off using the key fob.
And when you were testing, it was hot enough to get it up to 80 degrees in the car?
No, sir. We were testing this, and it was like 60 degrees outside, so it was kind of hard. So we just had to like breathe on our hands and put it on there. But it worked, and we made the car alarm go off when we had a car.
I have a question. So I think I heard you say earlier something about Legos. Did I hear that right?
Yes, sir.
Legos?
Yes, sir.
Actual Legos? Or is this a program?
It used Legos, and it was like a Lego system. Like it had its own little microcontroller made out of Legos. And
Got it. Very cool. So I think we kind of touched on this, but this is sort of the theme now that I'm asking everybody this. What was the one thing that you learned, the number one thing that you take away from this? What was the one thing you learned from this project?
I think we learned a lot about how to code in Arduino C, and that was really a lot to take in. So.
Well, the awareness of everything, about babies and hot cars and all of that.
Yeah, we got an email from one of the family members of actually a kid who died in Hot Springs, and they were thanking us, and they said if this was for sale when it happened, they would have had it in their car.
Wow.
So.
That's very powerful. Great. Well, thank you so much. Give it up for
Perfect. Thank you,
Beaver
guys.
Senior High School. Thank you. You know, every so often you hear about this issue on the news, and it's one of those super tragic but preventable things. So this is, it's really great to see a way to solve for something that.
When I worked at the Weather Channel, we actually did a segment, and it wasn't about babies, which obviously, that we, put that to a higher esteem, but this was actually about pets in Los Angeles. A car can get really hot really fast. And so we don't think about it, but the time that it actually requires for a vehicle to warm up is a lot less than just the ambient air. And so there was a story actually that a guy saw a dog in a car, and he took an axe and he just smashed the window. And the guy came out and was like, "Well, that was my car." And then the guy said, "Well, yeah, your dog was in danger." And so it set all these new laws in place that said you essentially can't leave your your dog in a car.
Yeah.
And someone tried it actually. They wanted to stay in the vehicle and to see how long they could stay in the car. And this was in Arizona. And the guy the inside of the vehicle got up to 120 degrees within 10 minutes. And the guy couldn't sustain it. I mean, he just was dripping with sweat.
Yep. And I have a 2-year-old kid, so I know that sometimes there's a lot going on when you're getting out of a car.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
It's unfortunately easier than you think to somehow get overwhelmed and unfortunately forget that your baby is actually sitting in the car, or think a couple of minutes, 10 minutes is okay.
Right.
So great issue,
Yep.
totally solvable and preventable. So
Again, a unique problem that happens more in certain places than others. Like you got to think Arkansas is actually a state that the population is actually not very large. Arkansas is one of the least populated states, and so you think about this problem, you think babies in cars. There's got to be somebody around. This isn't Los Angeles. This isn't New York, and so that problem probably it's more of an issue in that state, in that area of the United States, because there's less people around.
Right.
And so I think it's really interesting to know that we're solving problems that are unique to individual communities. So I think it's really cool.
Absolutely. I might carry an axe with me. No, I'm not going to. I would never break the window.
Free all the dogs. Free all the dogs.
Okay, and then we have the final school, Crownover Middle School from Texas. Who's here? Thank you. Come on up.
Samsung has created some amazing technology in their 48-year history, but unfortunately they haven't created anything that can control the weather.
We'll make an app for that. We'll do that next year.
Do you,
Yeah.
oh.
We have a clicker? Let's wait, we'll get a clicker.
We're waiting on a clicker.
Clicker.
Clicker has been handed off.
Technology right here.
Perfect.
Go ahead, yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, Samsung has created some amazing technology in their 48-year history, but they unfortunately haven't created anything that can control the weather.
Do our project for next year?
Since we can't control the weather, we've had to do the next best thing for our community.
I'm Ari.
And I'm Bree, and we're from Crownover Middle School. We are here to present to you the Casa de Samsung.
We have a lot to cover, so let's start with the weather. Texas weather can be extreme. It can also fluctuate in just a matter of hours. One certainty is that storms can bring great devastation to our community. We've seen these examples in person and on the news. We've also seen how when these storms strike, people are left with little hope when they have lost everything.
The goal of our project was to restore that hope by creating a short-term disaster relief housing. Our original idea revolved around a simple cup, something small, stackable, and transportable. The need for relief housing was always present and put on display after Katrina destroyed parts of Louisiana. The need was so large that Congress passed the Emergency Reform Act to create alternative and innovative solutions to assist those in need.
Just recently, our community experienced this need, and we wanted to do more than just hosting food and/or clothing drives. We wanted to design a shelter that would be able to help our community as well as others around the country. My classmates and I have worked hard and came up with several designs that we thought would be a better alternative than current shelters. We met directly with FEMA and the American Red Cross to discuss what happens when a disaster strikes. These meetings were vital to our understanding of the problem and to aid us in the designing process.
The wonderful folks at FEMA were excited to help us find an answer and stress the importance in this issue. It was nice to hear that they were genuinely interested in our ideas and wanted to help guide us toward a solution.
We were even featured in the internal publications that were distributed nationally.
FEMA provided us with much praise, but we were mostly focused on their criticism. They helped us reorganize the primary needs that must be addressed and made us focus on the things that we were not focused on before.
We had created shelters that met most of the function requirements but still needed to be refined so that they brought joy and excitement back to the families that needed it. With the guidance and the knowledge that FEMA provided us with, we were then able to redesign our shelters and meet with local architectural firms to start the final designing process. With their help, we will begin the building process with the production of construction documents and bid sheets.
Our project is unique for several reasons. It's unique because we hope that our shelters are never needed. Storms are inevitable, and when they strike, our shelters need to be ready. Unique because, unlike other projects, it's not finished. We are not finished listening to experts, observing problems, and understanding the needs of the shelter. These things are necessary in creating what we need. Brian Reed said that everything is designed, few things are designed well. We want to be sure that this is right. On the outside, this may seem like a simple idea, but on the inside, it's a complex problem. Our expectation is that we create a CASA that will be an everlasting solution for a problem that is inevitable. Thank you.
Open up on the inside of it. Simple on the outside, but you open up the house and there's a lot of complex problems we have to solve for, so it just takes real challenge. Kind of see how it works.
Awesome. Any questions from the judges? David?
So you mentioned after meeting with FEMA that you changed your design. Could you tell us like what they told you and how did you change?
We were thinking like a little bit smaller since it was just a temporary house, but then FEMA came over and said, no, you have to add like all this stuff, like you have to have a kitchen, like a little living space and a bathroom, and like certain, like if you have like family members, you have to make sure that the room's big enough for them to all fit.
We also were wanting to do a tent or something that's really easy to transport and that we can just pack up, but we knew that like they had to fix it. And we also had to focus on like the disabled, and we can't just focus on the abled people. So.
Would you share with us what you learned about architecture and why this would be more resilient in a storm?
About architecture, we learned that like some things have to be like certain things have to be the same, like the baseboards have to be like the same type, or like the light switches have to be all the same. If like any like the little details, we learned all those.
We also had to think about platelets on the roof and how we had to use certain things to hold up pictures or stuff that's going to be put on the wall in the home so that it can not fall down, because bad things can happen if that falls on you. So we need to have it hooked on the wall properly.
It'd be really hard for you to go through an iteration cycle of prototypes because it's so costly and expensive to put together a shelter like this. One thing that engineers can do, though, is simulate. Did you do any simulations to figure out if your ideas were working?
The virtual reality.
Yeah, we kind of wanted to use virtual reality later on, try to plan out a space so we can see it and see how it works. We made scale models, but they weren't
Yes.
too-
We made little scale models. We tried trying to we built the beds and see how that would work out. We also tried to focus on Tinkercad. We used a programming, and we got to build what the inside could look like, and from a bird's eye view how that would look.
It was more just of a shelter too, not so much to
Yeah.
protect you from a storm. FEMA told us whenever this happens, they want the buildings to be transported so we can put them on a trailer and leave. Not so much, if a hurricane comes, for it to be staying there, they want to get the people out, not protect them so much. But we did try to use materials that would protect them from a storm.
Did you have a chance to talk to anyone who's been through a hurricane or tornado to really get a first-person perspective?
With the storms, we actually just had a bunch of storms in Texas, and we had hailstorms. So a bunch of windows were shattered, and actually some of our friends' windows were shattered. And they said just that made them feel shaken inside and not comfortable. So just imagining how having your whole house ripped down in just one of these storms could affect just somebody's life totally. So that's.
I have a question. Who's going to be doing the interior decorating? That's the.
I love this kind of stuff. So, yes.
Right.
Yeah, we met with interior designers, and it was super cool. We got to see the huge room with all the papers, and
awesome.
Super cool.
Yeah, there was a show. It was like a flipping house show, right? And it was called Trading Spaces. Do you guys remember this at all? and they would trade two families, and then they would switch, and then they never liked it. So hopefully, like, you would design something that people like every time, right? Something more neutral, maybe.
Yeah.
So this is my last question. Does CASA stand for anything? Is it an acronym?
Yes. CASA stands for Critical Adaptable Shelter Assistance.
Got it. Okay. I was wondering about that because I call my apartment in Los. Real simple. So, but that makes way more sense. So I got it.
Another thing FEMA told us, they were like, we have acronyms for everything, and you need an acronym for this shelter. We're like, all right, we'll think of one. So gotta have a regional Texas flair to it, I guess.
Yes.
That's great. Okay, any last points, any lessons learned, any next steps?
We wanted to make the half of our building flat so it's stackable. So for large families, they can live together, and so they don't have to get multiple houses. They can just stack if they need to. And then we have this door that flips up, and it's kind of used as a porch. So
just a living space.
For extra living space if you need it.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Middle School. Thank you. For me personally, one of the things I loved about this project was there's a functionality to what they were trying to fix, but they also took into consideration the fact that there's a family living there and they might live there for a while. So that was a great balance.
Ohio, where I'm from, sits right. Yeah, I see Ohio back there. It sits right in Tornado Alley. It's actually right through. It's called the Ohio Valley, and it sits geographically sits a little bit lower than everywhere else in Ohio. That's where all the rivers meet, and it's kind of like the tail end of Tornado Alley. And so we are definitely susceptible to tornadoes and extreme weather. And I've been in Texas during a really intense storm, and I'll tell you, like, once something like that is damaged, it does shake you, and it does make you think, like, where is my surroundings safe? And so having something, post that in some place, like, a place you can go and sort of, get your bearings together, I think that's important.
Yeah, and something more than four walls, and something that
exactly
can feel like home, especially when you've been shaken over something like that. So that was some great sort of thinking about who the central person is in the design process as well.
Yeah.
So I think we're done for session one. This completes the first 5 schools presenting. So thank you, everyone who was in the audience, the judges, for your hard work, because you are the hardest workers here outside of the students, and the students from and the schools from session 2 who will be presenting after lunch. So this also, we're taking a break from the live stream. So that they don't have to watch us eat or not be here. But and we will kick back up in a little while. So what we decided to do is let's all have lunch together. It's great to hear more about what you guys are working on and get to know you as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to conclude here. We're going to go into the room next door, right across the hall, and let's eat. Thank you.
Everyone loves eating.
Welcome to BB Junior High.
My name is Mason Covington.
And my name is Tyler Duke.
We are students in the Junior High Engineering program.
Last year, 39 children died from being left in hot cars. All of these deaths were preventable. We feel with all of the technology available to us, we can apply some of the technology to save the lives of children.
We started by generating concepts and rough drafts about how we wanted the car alarm system to work.
We visited with an engineer from Even Flow who gave us great advice about keeping the product user-friendly and simple. We met with Nick Jones from Arkansas Regional Innovation Hub to help us take our prototype and make it into an actual working model. Mr. Jones helped us develop a sensor pad that turns the Arduino on and start the program.
He also helped us with our if-else statement and other programming errors we encountered.
This is our code. We downloaded this code to our Arduino board, and we have it connected to a temperature sensor. And this is the degrees in the room right now. So I'm going to put my finger on the sensor, and once this reaches 85 degrees, the red light should go off, saying that the baby is too hot to fart. I got it. This will be connected in the next prototype to the key fob that's given off to the Windows 85. To the key fob, making the car alarm go off as well.
Next, we developed the pressure sensor that will turn our microcontroller on. This will start the code which runs our if-else statement, constantly checking the internal temperature of the car. We added a 5-minute delay for when the program starts, so the car alarm will not go off when first getting into the car.
Tyler Duke, and this is our Baby Saver 2000, and I have my hand on the sensor, so I'm like acting like I'm the baby. So I'm gonna get this temperature sensor up to 80 degrees. And now everyone knows that the baby is in the car, so everyone's alerted. We hope the future of child car seats includes incorporating this simple technology so we can ensure 0 children die from being left in hot cars.
America's deadliest animal doesn't have big claws, sharp teeth, or venomous fangs. Surprisingly, 150 people die each year due to collisions with deer and other large animals. Our rural mountain community in Arizona is no different.
Our class decided to construct a low-cost detection system which would warn drivers if an animal approaches the road. Although it's not a new idea, the current systems are extremely costly and do not address the widespread need.
Our research led us to Jeff Gagg. He's a state biologist with the Arizona Game and Fish. He's a pioneer in the field of animal detection and road crossing systems. In a video conference with him, he spoke of his work and advised us on our project.
To organize such a complex effort, we divided our project into sections.
We're the software-hardware team. We have the task to select the components, design prototypes, and code the microcontrollers.
So to start, we have our light sensor here, and during the day it turns off the Arduino, but at night, when the motion sensor is triggered, it sends a signal to our microcontroller, which relays that to the radio. And the radio sends a signal to all the rest of our microcontrollers telling them to strobe the lights in towards the one that was triggered.
We are the design team in charge of 3D computer design.
Our job was to design the circuit board, laser engrave the design, and acid etch the copper. We also drill and solder together all components.
Our team was given the huge task of fabrication. Original parts were 3D printed and molded with silicone. Additional parts were rapidly made by pouring plastic resin into the molds.
On a field trip, we watched a local machinist cut metal parts we needed with a water jet cutter. He then used his CNC mill to automatically drill and tap each piece.
Plexiglass windows were laser cut and then shaped using an improvised plastic heat bender made of a battery charger, rubber bands, and nichrome wires.
Our final product is weather resistant, easy to install, and costs less than $40. Controlled testing was done with livestock in a pasture near our school. With further development, we believe our animal detection system will not only prevent animal collisions in our community, but across the nation. It will save the lives of people and the precious wildlife.
School can be tough enough, but what if you don't even know if you'll have a safe place to sleep when classes are over? That's the case for at least 143 students who are homeless in the Gulfport School District.
No roof over their head.
No bed to sleep in at night.
No table to sit around to do homework.
The extreme weather shelters. There are soup kitchens, and there is a group of students at Gulfport High School who share a passion for helping the homeless.
Organizations allow them to shower. The hours are between school hours, so a homeless student would have to miss school to take a shower and thing. So we decided that we want the vending machine to be available 24 hours.
For a homeless to have access 24/7 to personal hygiene supplies and bathing facilities, we came up with the idea of repurposing a vending machine to use solar power to dispense the supplies and build onto it to collect rainwater and use solar power to heat their water showers.
We called local companies who use vending machines to see if they had one that was no longer used in their business that could be donated to us for this project.
Located one in our work meeting.
How we're going to do the solar panel is we'll have a solar panel on top and go to the power source of the vending machine. And what's in the vending machine to give it power is there's an AC DC power converter that will take the power from the wall and put it into the vending machine. And what we'll do is we'll have two deep cycle marine batteries inside, and they'll just trickle charge throughout the day. And that way, during the night, when there's no power coming to the solar panel, it'll be able to power the vending machine, and it'll just go through that cycle while we have it out.
Supplies were needed to fill the machine, so we contacted local businesses and school groups to donate.
In true Gulfport fashion, they came through. We're going to create some sort of special coin or token for us that we can distribute throughout our community and to local school counselors. The Nourishing Place has agreed to provide the space outside their building to place our repurposed machine.
The secure shower component was not able to be completed by the challenge submission deadline, but it is in the planning stages and will be completed by the end of the school year.
I really hope that this goes on beyond this project to inspire others to do something like this. You know, if a group of high schoolers can, construct something to help others, anybody else can do it.
We are from Gearing High School in Gearing, Nebraska, a small farming community with a population of 8,408 people. Our community was founded on agriculture, and the landscape is painted with many farms and ranches. One of the agricultural problems that our electronics class observed was the overabundant use of herbicides and pesticides on crops. With the growing concern for the local water supply and a healthier community, we set out to try and find a solution on how the farmers could reduce the amount of these chemicals being used. We also wanted to make the idea appealing to farmers by making it a more economical choice.
Our vision is to create a dual drone spraying system that will eliminate the need to blanket spray entire fields to kill weeds that are only sporadically spaced throughout the field. Our first drone was a quadcopter equipped with an NDVI camera that would give us thermal image of the field.
Our second drone would have GPS waypoints to specifically target weeds. This is the platform for the drone where we will set the drone on top. The drone will attach to the platform. We have to make it even for the drone to pick up and not have the drone sit all unlevel. We as a class had no previous knowledge of how to use or program drones.
Our servo plate had too much back weight on it, so it wasn't able to properly take off.
We got started with a dual can spraying system, but soon realized we need to change our design to a single can system.
That's fully inside the handle.
Through research, trial, and error, we came up with many spraying prototypes until we had a successful spraying drone.
Two mobile apps that we use, one called Data Mapper and the other called DJI Go. Data Mapper is a third-party app that we use to plan out our flight paths specifically over certain areas, and once we recorded the information on the drone, we take it back to our computer.
What we're making here is a grid pattern, so it's like an artificial field. So when we bring our drones out, they'll show an aerial footage of what our grid pattern is, and then when we bring out the second drone, we'll put red X's where the weed would be, and then when we bring the spraying drone out, it'll spray in exact those spots, and since we're on concrete, it'll show if we sprayed or missed. Our goal was to design an agricultural herbicide spraying system that would not just help our local community, but farming communities globally, providing an efficient and cost-effective alternative that would reduce the amount of chemical used on our planet and also reduce the amount of chemicals that seep into our water and food supply. The spraying system could be easily implemented and modified to suit the needs of any farmer. We believe that this project is one step closer to educating and providing a safer and healthier environment for tomorrow.
There's always a need for additional supports for LGBT youth in our communities. Based on the 2015 school climate survey, more than 85% of LGBT youth still experience some form of verbal harassment at schools. That with your project, with the app that you're producing, students, the ability of them to reach out anonymously would be very helpful, and I think they'd be much more likely to reach out for support.
One of the first things that came to mind when we talked with the group, the first time we were asked the question, it immediately was connecting socially with other students who identify as LGBT.
We have meetings every other Monday, and so yeah, that's a long time to hold on to something. If you feel like you want to process something with, you know, other people in a supportive environment, then that can be a much quicker way to be able to do that or start that.
I think having an app for this specific thing is like a really good idea because it's something that's kind of lacking out there. Like an app specifically for young LGBT people to like connect with each other isn't something that's really out there. Like there's like dating apps, but for the community there's nothing like that really specifically for them.
People who are feeling indifferent need to know that there are people who aren't like them but really fully support them.
The option to live chat or view the wall of love. And I'm going to live chat.
It was connected and it started chatting, so she says, "Hi, how can I help?" And I can disconnect, type a message, or send a message. And if I disconnect, I can connect with a new ally, main menu, or save the chat.
John P. Holland Charter School is a Tier 1 school located in Paterson, New Jersey.
Sometimes when kids walk to school, they feel unsafe. Our school is located in one of New Jersey's largest and most crime-stricken cities in the state.
An example of when I felt unsafe was when I was walking to school with my cousin and an older man began to follow us.
We conducted a survey asking our classmates in the middle school how they felt while they were walking to school.
We found out 44% of the middle school students felt unsafe when walking to school.
Being that our idea had to do with safety, we partnered with the charity Safe Kids New Jersey. They provided us with multiple resources that helped develop our idea.
After looking at the data and resources, we started to brainstorm ideas and decided to create an application that would contain a help button and route tracker that students can use while walking to school.
We broke into 3 teams to develop our app. The design team focused on designing the look and layout of the app to make it easy for students to use. The help button team worked on coding the help button. Finally, the route guidance team focused on applying the route tracking within the app. We had to be sure that routes could be entered and the app would recognize when the user is not reaching his or her destination in the set amount of time.
We were very excited to be able to work together with the computer science department at Fairleigh Dickinson University to create our application. While at FDU, we learned a lot about coding and how the codes and formulas could bring our app to life.
Coding our app was very involved. We had to create a mathematical formula to detect if the latitude and longitude of the landmarks that we entered met the latitude and longitude of where we were actually walking. We worked on creating a delta in our formula that was precise enough to know our exact location while allowing room for us to be on either side of the street. Here's how our app works. The app contains a help button to alert authorities if you are in danger. A text will be sent to your school official alerting them that you are in danger with your exact location.
Additionally, the app will track your route while walking to school because sometimes you don't have time to push a button. You click Setup to enter your starting location as well as additional locations. You would enter the amount of time it would take to get from location 1 to location 2. If you arrive at your destination in time allotted, the app continues to track your next location. If you did not get there in time you set, school officials would be notified.
Once we completely created and coded our app, we were ready to test it. We took to the streets. After our first trial, we realized we had to revisit our coding to correct our delta, which is the difference between the latitudes and longitudes of the desired location versus the current location. Finally, after attempting multiple deltas, we found the one that worked.
We hope that all schools and students will be able to have access to this application because all students should have the sense of security when walking to school.
Our teacher told us about the Samsung Software Tomorrow contest, which asked us about how can we use STEM to solve a community issue.
After looking at school data, we discovered that 78% of our students receive free or reduced lunch.
Kids are coming to school because it may be their only meal of the day.
We noticed with this cafeteria staff improve their logistics and use data analysis to be more efficient, we could preserve cafeteria lunch and provide free dinner for students after school.
Decided to write our code.
It's not as easy as it looks.
We use Scratch to design our code.
We use tons of sprites. And lots of code, like
repeat code,
forecast signals, and receive signals. In the end, we created a working prototype.
You open the app and it automatically pinpoints your location. Click on the user icon and enter your student ID. This cross-references the school attendance database to confirm you attended school and are eligible to reserve a dinner. You then click on the pinpoint to show that location swag bags.
Clicking on reserve, you'll get an instant notification.
Now you just have to mosey on over to the cafeteria and pick up your swag bag after school.
We also have a search bar feature to simplify the searching process.
After the app was completed, we realized that we needed to learn more about nutrition and hunger.
So we contacted Why Hunger. We went to their headquarters
in New York.
They are helping to feed kids in school, but they're also looking at the deeper problems of hunger and poverty. Why Hunger's thrilled to be working with us.
We realized we needed help from the community.
So we hit the streets
to find restaurants to donate food. And Zhao created a brochure that explained our idea.
And then something amazing happened.
Restaurants wanted to donate whole swag bag directly to the app.
We also added a button that allowed restaurants to directly post their swag bags to the app.
In return, we run data analytics on their food donation, so they can spot daily and yearly trends.
And don't forget, it's all tax deductible.
Now we have the ability to expand our app.
We can now create a network of schools and restaurants. The more restaurants, the more red dots on our app.
In the end, we called the app Mosey with a slightly different spelling.
We've gone as far as we can go today.
Will you help us solve for tomorrow?
The Columbine high school shooting terrified the country and alerted the nation to the growing threats to schools. In recent years, Ross High School has experienced an evacuation due to a possible bomb threat. A lockdown has also occurred because of a bullet being fired through the window of the administration building. To help make sure the threats and possible violent actions never become a reality, Butler Tech and Ross High School information technology students decided to be part of the solution rather than becoming a statistic. Ross students are developing a school safety system that would prevent, detect, and provide early alerts in the event of any unexpected emergency. As they embarked on their mission, students soon realized this would be an immense task. So, they created project management teams across all of their IT classes. With nearly 70 students available to work on creating a solution, the project team would be structured to include managers for quality control, video production, visual arts, software development, technology systems, research, and compliance. Considering system development lifestyle methodologies, the research teams began by assigning students to gather information on school shootings and other emergency events. Students first met with local law enforcement and the superintendent of schools to gather as much information as they could about existing school safety measures. Students also reached out to Madison High School,
which had a shooting recently. The administrator they talked to furnished them with a great deal of information. The summary of all the information gathered suggested that in an ideal world, a digital solution would include mobile applications for access to all stakeholders, anonymous reporting, gunshot detection, and metal detectors. The software development teams immediately began working on designing layouts and wireframes, while the technology systems teams started developing necessary hardware by building prototypes of possible solutions. While all the teams worked together, they developed what is now called Protection Prep, a mobile app and hardware systems that works like this. To report an active shooter, press a button on the app, and the system will send an alerted message to prioritize a list of administrators, faculty, and first responders. The app serves to help make the process of evacuating a school much easier and orderly, as the teachers can pinpoint the shooter or the issue and avoid it accordingly. The gunshot detection system includes mini computers, open source software, and conference microphones to keep the cost at a minimum. If gunshot is detected, the software on the app will pinpoint the map and show where the gunshot has been fired. After the completion of this program, students will form a company for the purpose of commercializing this product and making it available everywhere.
So the app, I believe, is 100% wonderful and beneficial to the safety of the students here, the safety of the staff, and obviously the safety of law enforcement.
It is our hope that Protection Prep will become a standard for school safety all around the world.
Welcome to Denton, Texas, a suburb just north of Dallas. If you know anything about our great state, you know that everything is bigger in Texas. This includes the weather and the powerful storms that can devastate our community.
This issue is so important that Congress passed the Emergency Management Reform Act to explore innovative alternatives for those displaced by natural disasters.
Our Samsung Solve for Tomorrow contest project revolves around this need for emergency housing and the desire to do more for our community. In our search to design temporary disaster relief housing for those in need, we applied STEAM education principles to develop a solution. We decided to start our journey by exploring the science behind the weather.
For this, we enlisted the help of our local TV meteorologist. Through video conferencing, the meteorologist helped us gain a foundation for the weather and the natural disasters that can occur in North Texas.
We then contacted the American Red Cross and FEMA to set up a meeting with their natural hazard specialists. These are the men and women that are called into action when disaster strikes. These experts provide us with invaluable knowledge on what problems they face in the field. We exchange questions, comments, thoughts, and ideas, hopes of finding a solution. The folks at FEMA also explained to us that many of the people affected by disasters are the elderly and disabled.
Since every shelter must adhere to strict Americans with Disabilities Act guidelines, we decided to place ourselves in their shoes for a day. We spent a day navigating our school while constrained in a wheelchair to see challenges that are presented. This gave us an awareness to what our shelters must include to resolve any issues our occupants might face. This insight led us directly to the next phase of design.
Each student took what we learned and began blending engineering and technology to create prototype designs of their shelters. As we created scale drawings and scale models, we felt that we were on the right track but wanted to be sure. We presented our findings to a local architect to review our design ideas. This meeting opened our eyes to the practical and fiscal side of creating the shelters. The cost, materials, structure, and building techniques must all be considered. We learned about geothermal pipes, various insulation materials, solar panels, and details in wall sections during construction. Things may be bigger in Texas, but our journey to the solution is bigger than any storm we will face. Thanks to the support of our community, we believe that we have created a prototype that will help those devastated by storms. We present to you the Casa de Samsung, the critical adoptable shelter for those needing assistance. This is a scale model of a prototype that we have created. Our vision is this: the next time disaster strikes our community, those who lose everything will be met with support from organizations such as FEMA and the American Red Cross. Our desire is to have their needs met through the Casa de Samsung. We want to make our casa es su casa.
Pineville Middle School is in the Appalachian Mountains, in the southern part of wild and wonderful West Virginia. Our state is full of natural beauty and wildlife, a haven for outdoorsmen and wilderness women.
We researched our community and decided that we had two problems: the lack of jobs in the area due to coal decline, and the distance we have to travel to get most necessities. Many students are coming to school without having basic needs met at home. We wanted to make sure that our friends had the food, clothing, and supplies they needed. The Pineville Giving Tree came to life.
We decided to build a website where students could go to ask for help anonymously or by name, and the Giving Tree can get it from community members. We put shortcut icons on all school devices. We decided to use a platform-enabled website and use the plug-in applications to build our initial website. The website sends a message to us and we can forward it to community groups.
As we started, we wanted to make sure that all students know that we are here to help. We wanted to learn about commercials and marketing, so we called an expert. JD taught us how to create emotion and movement, and we used his advice to create our own marketing. We built a sound booth and created, acted in, and edited our first of many Giving Tree commercials. As word got out in the community about the Pineville Giving Tree, donations started rolling in.
We knew that we needed a nice place to keep them and a way to keep up with the inventory. We were offered the dungeon, a space unused for decades, and set to work. We measured the space and sketched up models and used them to create 3D digital models of our space. We studied interior design to create a scheme for the dungeon and Pineville Giving Tree logo. We painted the space and have many artistic designs planned in the future, including a tree sculpture. The room will now meet the school's needs for many, many years.
We built an inventory app on the Power Apps platform. Gary Weaver, our county tech specialist, came and talked to the class about app building. This inventory app, along with our special labeled shelving and locker, should help us know what we have on hand and what we need to ask the community for.
We still have a lot to do, but our goal is clear. We want to give hope to all. We plan to improve and extend the Pineville Giving Tree and train future Minutemen to keep the program running indefinitely. We also want to take our program on the road, teaching other schools in our county how we set up the Pineville Giving Tree program. Hopefully we can inspire them to create their own Giving Tree.
We wanted to go ahead. If there's anybody back there still eating, come on back. Someone started to clap. I like that. Yeah, keep clapping. Woo! For all the people who are coming in eating. Congratulations, you guys successfully ate lunch. Yes. Give yourself a very large round of applause. All right. Okay, now that you have, your blood sugar's back up, you're a little more alert. It's not the morning anymore. You're kind of like, you're into the flow of the competition. We're going to switch it all up, and we're going to do something a little different right here after lunch. So what we're going to do is because, STEAM, right? So it's science, technology, engineering, art, and math, right? Well, it starts off with the S, right? So science. So that's definitely the most important, right? Right? Am I right? Well, it's kind of right. They're all equally, but I'm going to go ahead and, for this at least, I'm going to think that it's the most important. So today, what we're going to do is we're going to do some science experiments. Ooh, yeah. And so what I have up here is I have a couple of what we call science assets. So this right here is anyone? What is this? Trash can. This is the trash can of science. Come on. Yeah. All right, there we go. And what is this? Hammer science. He was jumping the gun a little bit. But cutting board of science. There we go. Cutting board of science. Perfect. And what is this? Banana. No, that is a banana. Come on. What's wrong with you people? All right, so what I'm going to do is over here in this container, this is called a doer, by the way. It looks really weird. It looks like kind of like a reverse honeycomb. It's really strange. But inside here, we have something very special, and it is liquid nitrogen. Yeah, ooh, ooh. Do you guys remember Terminator 2, right? He hits the Terminator and he breaks in a million pieces. Well, that's actually pretty accurate. I mean, liquid nitrogen will do that. It'll freeze things very quickly, and that's because liquid nitrogen is at negative 321 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's really cold. In that pot over there, it's like boiling water. Boiling water, all right, from science class. Who knows what temperature boiling water is at? 365. That is incorrect. I'm sorry. All right, back here. 100 degrees Celsius. It is actually 100 degrees Celsius. That is correct. What is it in Fahrenheit? Anyone? 212. All right, perfect. You guys win a science demo. All right. So you guys get to watch. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take this liquid nitrogen. I'm going to pour it in this container over here. And then I'm going to utilize our science assets to deep freeze them. And then I'm going to call upon somebody to come up here and see what happens when you apply force and pressure to something that is deep frozen. All right? So I'm going to get working on that. I'm going to pass this over. And she's going to choose some lucky contestant. We're going to figure out who's going to be.
Okay.
You can choose by any random situation. So choose trivia, answer a question. Those are all good methods. While she's doing that, I'm going to start pouring the liquid nitrogen. And safety is our #1 priority.
Okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to let the judges pick a question and then pick the volunteer who's going to come up. Do you guys have any questions? It could be about today. It could be a science question. It could be whatever you... Come on, we have some engineers and physicists here. Come on. Is this more interesting?
Oh, yeah, liquid nitrogen is really cool. All right, so just some fun facts about liquid nitrogen. So it is a liquid, and it is nitrogen. What you're seeing right now, what's pouring off there, is not liquid nitrogen. So what you see sort of like pluming out across the stage and all that, people get kind of scared. They get kind of freaked out. They're like, oh my gosh, the liquid nitrogen is coming after me. No, it's totally fine. What that is that's actually the water vapor that's in the air, and it's condensing, and it's turning into an instant cloud. And so what you're seeing right there is that's actually the water that's in the air that we're kind of breathing in and out. And so I got some liquid nitrogen there at the bottom. It's boiling. It's boiling because our atmosphere, the pressure is low enough.
I know, we just... Okay, volunteer. Let's shoot up.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put these in here. Freezing.
Okay. How about you get to pick your first volunteer? You. Oh, yeah. All right, come on up. Okay. We got to dress the part to be the part. Goggles.
I'm actually going to switch over here to the thermal gloves. These are chemical resistant gloves. They're usually like this, latex polyurethane type material. And then you're over here to the thermal gloves, which are leather. All right. So I'm going to be reaching in here with my bare hands. Now, don't tell your parents this, okay? But liquid nitrogen, you can touch with your bare hands. You can. But the reason you can do that is because your body is 98.6 degrees, and it creates a very thin layer of heat right around your finger, and that finger creates gas right around the liquid nitrogen. Now, you can't do it for very long, because that will actually freeze your hand. Now, I'm going to have you put your hand... No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to... So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reach in here, I'm going to get these bananas a little bit colder, and then I'm going to give you the hammer of science.
Make sure I hit it really hard.
Alright, so I'm going to reach in here and see. It already sounds pretty solid here. Alright, you can touch it with your hand. It's cold. Yeah, very cold. Okay. Just for safety, I'm going to go ahead and put these on your hands as well. You get a left and a right. Just going to hold the hammer. That's a left. That's a right. Should I put more liquid nitrogen in there? He says yes. So
Okay, hammer science.
Make sure you get back.
This big thing called viewer is really interesting. It actually has a hollow case on the outside, and it creates a layer between the atmosphere, which is mostly nitrogen. So the air that we breathe, what we call air, is actually mostly nitrogen. What this liquid is. Okay. Now we got a lot of liquid nitrogen in there. Bringing all of our fruit is nice and fibrous. Down to negative 321 degrees Fahrenheit. Alright, you look like you're down for banana, right? Which is of these three, which is your favorite fruit? Banana, the orange, or the apple? Alright, he's banana guy. Alright. I'm gonna put that right there, and on three.
Hold on.
Oh, she's going on this side. I'm gonna hold your line on. So, you can hit it any which way you want, but I would suggest right in the middle. Alright. I'm gonna give you a countdown. So 3, 2, 1, smash. Ready? And here we go. 3, 2, 1, smash! Oh! You can take the piece of banana with you if you want. Alright. What's your name back there? Travis. Travis, come on up, Travis. I feel like we need to get like right up right, you know? Over or under? You know what? Technically, this is still edible. In fact, how they make Dippin' Dots is they take ice cream and they pour that ice cream directly into the liquid nitrogen and it creates that little ball, that little tiny ball. And that's actually how Dippin' Dots are made. So you don't want to put this in your mouth. This will actually freeze or burn your tongue. So you might want to take that as a souvenir. And you know what? Just go ahead and throw it in the chat. Safety first. All right. Thank you. Alright, and apple or oranges, you know, alright, apple it is.
Yeah, I know, same. We're looking at the line.
Alright, I'm gonna put the apple
This
right
is
there.
not a good place.
An apple a day.
No, it's not. I'm a little away from
I'm trying to like up dust.
Oh, yeah,
You know,
that's right.
everybody give a countdown on this. I'm gonna go with 3, and we'll go 3, 2, 1. I got it. You guys ready? Alright, and 3, 2, 1.
Really good.
The lunch was lunch enough?
That's going to be your
You didn't have enough for lunch.
Yeah.
We got 3 more fruits in here. Here, look, it's nice.
3.
student. We've had 2 male students, so we're going to have a female student. Why don't you come on up?
All right, we have, yeah, we're good, so we're going to do that next. So, yeah, we'll
Huh?
Cool. All right, who's our next victim? I mean, guest. Bree! All right, Bree. Safety is our #1 priority.
Goggles and gloves. Don't touch anything yet.
Yeah, we're not trying to freeze anyone's fingers off today. Not yet.
You're just not doing all the changes in my car.
All right, this is our last fruit frozen explosion. I want everybody to participate in this one. We're going to give another 3, 2, 1 countdown. We're going to go 3, 2, 1, apple smash. That's all one word. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, apple smash! Okay. So for the last part of this experiment, this little demo today, what we're going to do is, like I said, you are done. You are good. That was the best. Let's see here. What was that? An apple. The best apple smashing of the second half of the day of the second part of the experiment. That's So what we're going to do is we're going to take this liquid nitrogen, which is negative 321 degrees Fahrenheit, and we're going to mix it with something that is 212 degrees Fahrenheit. What can go wrong, right? So for this, we're going to recruit one of the judges.
I felt that bad.
So I'm going to leave it up to you, and you can recruit whoever you so choose. And you're going to walk through the rest of it.
Our body language is so bad.
Alright, how about a teacher?
We're a teacher.
Raymond! Raymond!
Judges, you got pass.
I'd like to do it later. Please make it so we can't teach anymore.
Well, that's nice.
I heard that. Courtesy of Marsh.com. I can't teach.
All right, and so for this one, who is closest to the back windows? If I can get somebody just to open the back window there.
Oh, God.
Open the back window over there. Now, you guys are safe.
Okay.
When I mean safe, I mean like safe. So, truthfully, the most dangerous part about this experiment is this. This dihydrogen oxide, also known as water. And this water is boiling. So this actually will cause more harm than anything else on the stage. So handle this with care. We're going to actually put gloves on you. This boiling hot water won't burn you. These guys right here. Liquid nitrogen, however, becomes in
Session 2.
Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check.
So guys, what'd you think? Fun? Give a hand to Nick.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you, Samsung, for letting me do science experiments indoors.
You know, we wanted something other than like dessert to wake you guys up.
There you go,
we figured liquid nitrogen and breaking.
Oh, it's still dripping actually on me. Well, whoever's presenting, don't present right
here.
Don't worry, it's just water.
It's just water. It's just water. Okay, so now we're going to start session 2. So, ready?
All right.
So we're going to start with School of Journalism, New York. Come on up.
All right.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah, it works. First, we would like to start off with a question for the judges. So, what did you eat for dinner last night?
Pasta.
What did you eat for dinner last night?
Tuscan bean casserole.
Sounds very
That's
good.
much better than pasta.
So, many of the audience would be pretty surprised that 75% of New York City students don't know what they're having for dinner.
And with that information, with that statistic, that was the motive and the drive and the inspiration for the app that we're about to present to you, which is Mosey. Mosey is a GPS-based app that allows students who receive free or reduced lunch to reserve meals from restaurants using their school ID. So here we have the home screen page, and when you click on a red bag, it provides the information of the specific restaurant, the location, and the specific items that they're available. So let's click on one. Sorry. So here we have Crazy Gary's, located 713 Classen Ave. Burgers, fries, and cookies. You know, that's where available. Sounds pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. Then you could go to reserve. Would you like to explain reserve, Gaps?
Reserve as in?
Like how students go reserve.
Oh, so it's by a certain amount of meals that are there for the day. So if there's 5 meals, there will only be 5 meals 5 times a student would be able to reserve. So only 1 student per bag, and you just click whichever place is closest and more convenient for you, and so you reserve, and that's basically it.
So with each restaurant, when a restaurant donates food, so that's the whole idea that a restaurant donates food instead of getting it from the school lunch. When a restaurant donates food, they give a certain number, of Mosey swag bags that are available to the students, and they will submit that information through the donate tab. So the purpose of restaurants donating is to help them with data analytics for them, not only to help the students, but to help them. So with data analytics, they are able to measure qualitative and quantitative amounts in terms of what is stored in inventory, what they can keep, and how much of the items they should use.
Yeah, so not only are the restaurants helping out their community, they're also helping out their own pockets.
So, in conclusion, not in conclusion yet, but in essence, students, Mosey accommodates students because it supplies them free meals. It also accommodates the parents who are able to be very convenient in what they purchase, and they can preserve money for other necessities. And it also accommodates the restaurants with their reputation and allowing them to be an integral part of the community. But this app does not stop here.
Yeah, although there were problems such as animating the map, that would like, show where each location was. We didn't let that stop us because we thought about the 78% in our school that had to deal with this. We thought about the 75% in New York City, and we thought about our community.
Mosey would not. So sorry, I'm so nervous.
It's okay.
We are here to help our community, and we are here as youth individuals to be very beneficial in terms of how we can cooperate with each other. We are here to innovate.
We're here to inspire.
My name's Lyric.
And I'm Gabby.
And this is Mosey. Solving for today and thinking about tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great. Come closer. So, do we have any questions from the judges?
What was the outreach process like in terms of meeting with these restaurants, these different businesses? I guess, how did you start that partnership process, and how did you select certain businesses over others to work with?
Oh, yeah. Well, Zhao and the other app team, they decided to make brochures talking about the benefits of why they should donate and the whole reason why we were donating. That we wanted them to donate food, and yeah.
So we haven't gone to specific local restaurants yet. We are planning to do so when this whole competition finish, just to make sure that we have everything. When the app is released, yes, because the app is going to be released next week. So we're trying to make sure that we have every simple nitpicking part of the app to be fixed and finalized.
I have a follow-up question on that. I really like your solution that is a societal solution and a technology solution both. And whenever you come up with have an app like this, you have needs and you match resources to those needs. How do you plan on addressing if you get in a position where you have a mismatch, you have too many needs or too many resources and not enough needs?
So the way this app works is that I don't think that would ever happen because the restaurant, they know what they have, so they wouldn't put more than what they don't have. So if there's 5 meals, like once the 5 meals are up, the location would it would be like you can't reserve anything. So that's the whole idea. So if you reserved a meal, you're guaranteed to get it.
Yeah, the app is automated to monitor the specific number of meals being reserved and making sure that there's not too much being reserved or there's not too little being reserved. So it always monitors each specific.
I have a question. So when you release the app and someone writes a story about it, what would you like the headline to be?
That is an amazing question.
Well, we didn't know that we were going to get this far, so that's
yeah,
the dream.
But I think for me, I think a headline for this app would be Mosey and thinking about today and solving for tomorrow, because I think that's what the essence of Mosey is. And to tell you about the origin of the name, Mosey means caring about one another and making sure that you would do your best possible to serve that person and to bring help and humanity to that person, to another group of individuals. So to have that as an head title can already display themes of humanity, of community support, and service for the youth and service for the community.
I have a question for you. How are you getting the word out? And how are you going to advertise the restaurants? You mentioned that they would benefit as well because they'll be recognized as members of the community.
Well, I mean, the way things work on the website is that, like, people, they are naturally good-natured. I would rather go to a restaurant that's helping out the local community than a restaurant that doesn't. And we try to show that in our website. You'll be able to see, even if you're not a student, you'll be able to see who's donating and who's not. So.
Yeah, and Hunger, which is our partner in this, is a nonprofit organization that distributes free food, and they make food for people who are in need. So going back to the brochure that we don't have, but that Zhao is actually she's in the graphic design team, so she makes sure that with the aesthetics and the design, we make sure that when we give it to the restaurants, that they will understand how much this will mean to us and how much it will mean to the students and how much this will mean to them, so we can all collaborate as a unit in a community.
So you mentioned meeting with Why Hunger and working with them. What did you learn from them that maybe changed the way you were thinking about this problem?
One thing that I learned from them is that this is not something that is really based in one area. This is something that has, this is an issue that covers in a lot of different areas, and the whole idea of giving back to the community is something that they really strive for, and that's something that they really, I keep saying sorry, that they've really implemented into us.
So one of the things I really liked was the idea of a swag bag. It's not like a donated cans in a bag or anything. I like that you named it because for me it seemed like it was a more dignified way to get a free meal. What inspired you to sort of brand it and call it something cooler, that a student might want to get?
We had to think about our audience, and the audience is the youth. So we wanted to make sure that we had a name that was relevant, that is something is kind of hip. I don't think, I think it's hip. So, and we wanted to make sure that we kind of keep the element of the youth and keep the element of being as one unit and kind of involving the teenagers and the 6 to 12 into this app.
Can I say, I think that it also has to add on with discretion, because even today, where we live, it's kind of a taboo thing where we don't really talk about it, it kind of just goes unsaid. And I think that students wouldn't want to be able to call it just like what it actually is. And I think it's important because it has to be talked about, and maybe not directly, but we're getting there, and one day it won't be so hard to talk about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Secondary School for Journalism in New York. Thank you. Yep. One of the things about this project is just, I love the closing just point about the fact that it is something that kids don't talk about today. It's something that is a big concern for so many, not just students, but people out there in the country. And there is a stigma that we need to sort of take out and just start to help people.
The thing I like about this app is I've worked in a lot of restaurants, from bottom, top, middle, sideways, cleaning the tables to mopping the floors, and there's a ton of food that gets wasted every day. And regardless of whether you're a good day or bad day, they try to figure out, the restaurants do, how much they need to order, how much they need to cook, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, as it's been cooked, the health code laws basically say you must dispose of it. It's actually illegal to give it away in some states and some cities. And so what's really cool I was really impressed, is that you guys figure out a way to work with either another, I guess it's a charity of sorts, or Why Hunger, to figure out, to actually get through that problem. That's a huge, I don't know if you guys realize that, but that's a huge barrier that you guys got through. So I think it's really impressive, because that there's so much food that is just sitting on a table that goes right to the trash can. And I think it's crucial that people that are hungry can actually get that food. I think it's saving waste. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Great job, New York. So the next school we have up is Gulfport High School from Mississippi. Come on up.
Beware of the drip.
So we are Gulfport High School, and we are located in Gulfport, Mississippi, and our team is made up of members of the National Technical Honor Society. My name is Ashley Brock.
I'm Patrick Camacho.
I'm Zendaya London. So the National Technical Honor Society is made up a group of individuals located at Gulfport High School, and each of them come from a different academic institute, and each of those institutes is they kind of specialize in one of the letters in the STEAM acronym. So with the different teams being involved, when we came across this problem, we initially came together to brainstorm and to identify a problem in our community, and homelessness was a recurring theme. So we knew that we wanted to tackle homelessness, and we came across some facts through our contact at our Gulfport School District. We found that 143 students in our district alone are homeless, and so that was a really big impact to us. And also 72% of the students in our school district are on free and reduced lunch. Therefore, a need was identified to do something about this. So we researched what we wanted to do, whether it was a vending machine or providing housing, and we identified some basic needs that homeless people need. So that's how we came up with the idea of a vending machine.
So NTHS gathered to see how we could get those supplies to those in need, and that's when we decided on a vending machine. And two major aspects of this project had to be it needed to be efficient, and it needed to get the supplies to the people that needed it. So that's how we decided on making the machine solar powered, and the machine based on tokens. So the tokens would be given to those that need it, and the solar panels would be used so the machine could work throughout the whole day, not just during the day, and also at night.
Yeah. Okay. So we create. Is it on? Okay. We created two teams: the build team and the communications team. The build team worked on converting the coin system to collect tokens instead of money. And then after that was completed, they started creating a plan to convert the vending machine to run on solar power. And then the communications team, they reached out to school clubs, local businesses, nonprofit organizations to raise awareness for the project and to request donations of hygiene products, and then also to get expertise advice. And then so right now the build team is working with a local business whose electricians and technical engineers specialize in solar energy to create a complete diagram of the solar system we would need to power the vending machine. And then once the diagram is complete, the business has agreed to help us purchase the necessary items. And another technical aspect we talked about was replacing the vending machine glass with polycarbonate, so to prevent vandalism. And we recently obtained that polycarbonate, so we're going to be installing that soon. And just moving forward, we want to have multiple machines across Gulfport so that the homeless and individuals in need can use them, and then the tokens will be dispensed to local nonprofits and then through school counselors who know who the homeless students are so that anybody can have access to it. Questions?
Any questions for the judging panel?
I'm really fascinated by the hacking of the vending machine. What did you do other than the solar panels to physically change it to accept the tokens, and how did that team address that issue?
So our build team had to study the map, because we got the vending machine donated from a business, Allen Beverages. They donated an old vending machine that wasn't in use anymore. They had to study the manual and figure out how to get the coin system to take tokens. So they have to run it through a certain amount of times to get the coin system to recognize the tokens. That's how we did that.
So tell us a little bit about your outreach to businesses. How did you pitch them? How did you persuade them to make donations?
So how we found businesses that would be willing to donate us was, we're a bunch of high school teenagers. They see us as not necessarily delinquents, but they don't always see us as doing good things. So when they see us, our face on the news, and they're like, wow, these kids are really doing something, we reached out to those companies who had interest in us, and so that's how them seeing us on the news was how we made that initial contact.
Can you explain why you chose a vending machine as the platform instead of another approach to distributing?
Yes, so I thought about it, and it was I heard recently that there was other people that were making money off vending machines. They'd repurpose it for to make smoothies, and there was a high schoolers that became millionaires for that idea for smoothies, a vending machine that dispensed smoothies, and then another one that dispensed first aid kits. So if they can make money off it, why can't we just do this to help people?
You know, since such a huge component of this project really is cultural and dealing with, you know, issues of homelessness and in the community, what was kind of the educational aspect for you in terms of reaching out maybe to support groups, to nonprofits, to groups in the community that works with the homeless? What did you learn? What was that process like for you?
Okay, so like Ashley mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, our school is separated into 3 institutes. There's CAB, which stands for Communication, Arts, and Business Students, and there's HHS, Health and Human Services, and then there's STEM, you know, Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math. I'm a CAB student, so what this project has done for me is I've learned a lot about networking and like reaching out to, you know, local businesses and nonprofit organizations, just how you reach out to them, and you know, how you present yourself and go to meetings and like, this is what we're doing, this is how you can help us, this is what you can benefit from this and the community. And then our Health and Human Services students in the club, they did the research on like figuring out what do we need to stock the machine with, what do homeless individuals, what do individuals in need, you know, what kind of hygiene products can we give them that will be useful to them. And then the STEM kids, you know, they're doing the technical stuff, they're replacing the glass and figuring out the coin system.
One thing that I learned from this was whenever you identify a problem in your community, you know, people always think that I'm just one person, I can't do anything. Well, if you're super passionate about it and people see your passion and drive for it, people will come and they'll stand behind you. So if you have any sort of passion or drive to do anything, do it, because people will find you, people will come and support you.
And for me, personally, I learned that it's going to sound weird, but I learned how to speak. People usually deem me as being the awkward one, but here I've gained confidence being able to speak in front of people and in front of cameras. Yeah. Exactly.
So you talked about how you organized your team into the different STEAM groups. Was there a challenge or a hurdle that you all had to come together to solve together? And second part of the question, what advice would you give to next year's team looking back?
So being the president of National Technical Honor Society, I was kind of the one making sure deadlines were met for this project. So one aspect of teamwork is making sure that people are accountable for their work and making sure that they're getting their work done. So this is a problem not only in our state but also in the country. So it wasn't really hard to motivate students to work for this, but we're also divided up evenly, like with after-school activities, clubs, and stuff. So getting a chance for us to all convene at one time and work on this together was kind of a struggle that we had to overcome. And what was the second part of your question?
Do you have any advice for next year's team?
Find a problem that you are really passionate about, whether it's homelessness or add on to this, like we take it somewhere else, broaden this to the entire country, add different supplies, maybe bring non-perishable food into it, not just essential care items.
Yeah, one part of the project that we haven't been able to do as much work on because we had to focus on getting the funding and the items donated to stock the vending machine and the solar panels and stuff like that is the shower stall component of it. So we wanted this vending machine to be solar powered so it can run all day, but we also wanted a shower stall component of it so that homeless students could bathe outside of school hours. We still need to get the design plans and talk to experts in the community about that. So next year, our NTHS people, that could be something they can get off the ground.
we kind of covered this a little bit, but I just the one thing, if you can answer one thing, what was the one thing you learned from like the time that you started all the way till right now? What is the one thing that you learned that you like is a takeaway?
For me, like I said, speaking and learning to get something done.
Nice.
Also, communication skills, as I said already. I'm a communication arts and business student, learning to network and present things to businesses and nonprofits, having to reach out to people. It's been a huge work experience, learning experience for me.
For me, humanitarian aid, being able to help people with my skills, using what I have to help other people, and to, not take advantage of my position to help those who really need it.
I have one last question. So in your video, you had some really great clips from local TV. So give us some advice. How do you get on local TV?
We have our communications person at our, local district level, Gulfport School District. She hooks us up. She's like, oh, these teenagers are doing amazing things. This needs to be promoted. So it's just those people wanting to spread our message. So find people who love you, and they'll spread the word.
All about, yeah.
Thank you, Gulfport High School. Thank you. You can just leave it there. One of the things I think is such a key message beyond find people who love you, which I think is not important. Yeah, is also the fact that just being able to convey a mission. That a lot of times you have a supportive community around you, and it's just about telling that story, explaining why it's important, and really galvanizing that community around you, and we see it time and time again.
What dawned on me, actually, in the middle of this presentation, I was taking myself back to high school and middle school, and I was like, a vending machine, that's interesting. I was like, when was the last time I used a vending machine? I was like, well, I tried to use one at the hotel last night, but it was on a different floor, and I was really tired, I didn't go to it. But then I remembered, in high school, depending on your district, you can't leave school. They used to do open lunches. They don't do it in my district anymore. So, the vending machine is it. That's all you got. And so I was like, oh, yeah, the vending machine. That's your lifeline. And so whatever's in that vending machine is kind of like what you have all day. And if not, after school hours too. And so that's really interesting that, totally the light bulb went off. Why the vending machine? Ah, that's why the vending machine.
What I also
Speak
love
to your
is
audience.
that the solar powered in that, I remember going back to high school and some kids were, the vending machine was off until after school because it was soda and stuff like that. But so you were dependent on school policies and location and all that. Solar takes away a lot of those factors and really allows essentials to be available when they're needed.
Power of the sun.
That's right. Okay, well, next up we have Pinkerton Academy from New Hampshire. Come on up. Hi. Come on up.
I'm Dan. And I'm Travis, and we're from Pinkerton Academy in New Hampshire. Do you have a clicker?
We have the clicker.
Thank you. And our idea comes from... Where do I point it? It's not coming.
Science.
There we go.
Technology.
So our idea is an app called Parachute. Now the idea for our app comes from this safety pin. Last year, around campus, we noticed that students were wearing safety pins clipped to their lapels or their shirts, and that let people know that they were an ally for the LGBT community. Now, but the concept for the app comes from, there are moments in every teen's life where they feel threatened or in distress, and we wanted a way for them to be able to connect with someone immediately and get the support that they need. So what we did was we talked to the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, or GLSEN, about bullying that these kids in this community face. And we realized that bullying is a serious, prevalent issue and that has damaging, widespread effects. So we really wanted to give them a way where they could get the support, and that support would change their lives because it lets them know that someone is there.
So far, we have all the technical components in place for their first request, a chat feature. They wanted to be a way to be able to immediately connect with a local ally, and to do so anonymously. The chat allows for them to connect with a local ally, and to do so anonymously. In the future, we will develop a way to screen the allies and make the pairing proximity-based. This will ensure those in need receive support from people nearby. The chat also makes it possible to monitor the chat and make sure they are being provided with help that meets a standard. The chat allows for them to receive direct help from someone that understands their situation.
For the second feature that the people in our LGBT Alliance in GLSEN requested was they wanted a way to express themselves creatively. So for this, we decided to come up with something called the Wall of Love. So the Wall of Love is basically a way where distressed teens, or I just got dripped on, so I'm gonna where they can take works of art, poems, or other messages of support, they can put it on this wall, and anyone who has access to Parachute can sign in and they can view it, they can make themselves feel better. They really just wanted a way where they could calm themselves down, see that there was support in the community, get these messages of support out there, and the Wall of Love was our solution to letting them know that there were people out there and getting pictures that would help them.
Before we made the app, we learned languages like Java through school, but we never applied it to building one. Our coding expert that met with us thought that since our time frame was short, using a tool called MIT App Inventor can meet all of our requirements. Since the motto for MIT App Inventor is anyone can build apps that impact the world, we thought that was a good match for Samsung's Solve for Tomorrow. After some practice, we took our newly learned skills to start building the app Parachute. We used a real-time database called Firebase to save the data, so that those who are connected can simultaneously receive the information being transmitted. We are in shock that we have learned so much and have come so far, since we've never really done anything like this before. So from here you can log into the app, and then you can go to the chat, and then from here you can choose to become an ally, or you can get support from a list of currently available allies. And then from here you can chat with your matched up ally.
So our goal was to provide the LGBT community with a safe and secure way for them to reach out and get support, and Parachute was our way to create this sense of community and support. Thank you.
Questions from the judges? David?
Can you tell us a bit about the team that worked on this? How many people, how did you organize the work, and how did you get input into the project as you went?
So we had two major teams. He was like the communicator. He went to the different programs, talked to them, got everything set up. And then we also had a programming team. I was part of the programming. I helped build the app. And then I'll let him talk about like what he did with his team.
So the team I was in charge of was more community outreach, talking to, as he said, the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network, our school's LGBT Alliance. And because of privacy issues, we really weren't able to talk to the students, but we had them, have meetings, and then from those meetings they told them about our idea, and they wrote down a list of requests that they wanted. And then after we would meet with, we met with the director for GLSEN, and then we met with the advisors for the LGBT Alliance at our school, and they told us specifically what they wanted in order of what was most important to they could probably do without. And it was just that back and forth of what they wanted that I would then take and give it to the programming team, and then they would find a way to incorporate that in an app.
How does the app handle matching on the back end? Because you have allies and then requesting an ally. How does it match the right people together?
So for now, when you choose to become an ally, you create a room that in the database, you basically become available. Once you create a room, so if someone else comes by who needs help, they can view the list and then join you as needed.
I guess, is there some sort of process behind who is an ally or who can become an ally? Is there some sort of vetting in terms of who is kind of taking on that role through this app?
So right now, for security reasons, we're not able to open it up to the entire community. So we're going to be basing it more out of the LGBT Alliance at our school and through GLSEN, and we're going to have them pre-screen people and basically make a judgment call on who they think can be an ally and offer that support. And we haven't developed it yet, but we're going to sort of make an access code that they would have the student link up to their school email, so then they can download the app, sign in, enter the code, and then be admitted in as an ally.
I have a question for you. How is this being monitored? So you mentioned standards, I'm assuming, or maybe I shouldn't assume that you got some help on that, but how is it monitored? How is the activity monitored?
So the database we're using, Firebase, they have this live console set up on their website where you can see like when people are sending messages, what they're sending in real time. So like if you're watching and you see someone sending something bad, you can automatically report them, stop the chat from going on any further, or tell them anything you need to.
Thank you.
This is my go-to question, and it's what did you learn from this process? I'm always so interested in this.
So when building the app, we didn't really know like how to set everything up, so we kind of rushed into it way too fast, and then that resulted in a lot of like backpedaling. So I guess if we do something like this again, plan it out more in the beginning.
Planning is key, for sure.
For me, it was more when we were meeting with the people of GLSEN about how serious bullying was. Like everyone kind of knows that, oh, these people are targeted and they're bullied, but not everyone realizes how much of a wide extent it is. I think just meeting with them and talking with them really opened my eyes to see that it's a bigger problem than anyone even realizes.
Absolutely, it is. It's a very serious issue, and one of the other groups that came up here, and it's people just don't talk about it. It's not out in the open. So.
It's taboo.
Yeah, for sure.
What types of testing with different user groups have you been able to do so far?
So we haven't had like any full launch yet. It's mostly just been within us. But we plan on giving it to GLSEN, our school counselor, and then seeing how they use it, and then moving on from there.
So far, the only testing we've done is we've had one person on one side of our library and then one person on the other, and then we've made sure that the chat feature actually functions as a chat and doesn't just quit out halfway through.
Yeah, to that point, what do you think is next for your project? Is there something that you still want to achieve?
So obviously security is our biggest focus next. After that would be implementing the wall of love so students can express themselves. And then from there, we just want to polish the app up, make it look aesthetically pleasing, finalize everything. And then once we have all of that done, package it all together so that other communities outside of our own can use it the same way we do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome project. Thank you. Thank you. We talked about how it is a unspoken, taboo kind of silent topic, and especially for the LGBTQ community, where if you're a high school kid, middle school kid, and you're grappling with a lot of things, and it's a very isolating experience. So having an ally, or even being an ally, is such a powerful tool to open those lines of communications in ways that weren't there before.
High school, middle school, high school. This immense time of change, right? You're figuring out who you are, you're figuring out what you like, what you don't like. And in that time frame, the one thing that you absolutely do not want to have happen to you is be embarrassed by your peers. That is like the number one thing. It's like, I'm not wearing this, I'm not eating with these people, like that's the way it goes. And so when it comes to, finding where you fit in and having, an outlet that you can express that and grow into who you really are, I think that's super important. And I think that app actually does a really good job of creating that space where you can express yourself and you can grow and learn about who you are without having, the pressure of being judged.
And in fact, just affirmed in that idea of just showing love, I think as a next step is just a fantastic evolution.
Good word choice there.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we have Snowflake Junior High School from Arizona. Come on up.
Hello? Okay, this thing is on. So, we want to start out. My name is Dylan Neff,
My name is Corinne Cottrell.
and we'd like to start out with a pop quiz for everyone. So, besides mosquitoes, what animal causes the most human deaths in Asia? The cobra, yeah.
I was going to say pandas.
Pandas. So, what about Africa? The hippo. Nice. All right, now Australia.
Sharks.
Actually, horses. Kind of surprised me there, but it's horses. What about here in the U.S.? Deer. Nice.
But in our rural mountain community, deer isn't our problem. It's actually an elk because elk weigh 4 times what a deer weighs. An example of this is when Karen and Reed, an elderly couple, were traveling home and suddenly an elk jumped over the guardrail. Without time to stop, they slid into the poor creature's legs, toppling it over and slamming it into the windshield.
Glass shattered, and the dislodged windshield wrapped around Karen. While the large beast wedged into the void, its antlers were only inches from her. Sadly, the elk didn't survive, but luckily Reed and Karen did escape with only minor cuts. Many families have similar stories to tell, but some aren't as fortunate.
America's deadliest animal doesn't have big claws, sharp teeth, or venomous fangs. Surprisingly, deer and large wildlife cause 10,000 injuries and 150 deaths each year. The Federal Highway Administration reported that there are more than 1 million accidents with wildlife annually. State Farm Insurance calculated that last year's average cost for these collisions was $4,000, and each year $4 billion are spent on wildlife collisions here in the United States.
So, our friends from West Virginia are most likely to hit a deer. 1 in every 41 people hit a deer in 2016.
In many cases, 2 seconds can make the difference between life and death, avoiding an accident and the loss of precious wildlife. New and busy roads create habitat fragmentation, which happens when roads in development divides the area an animal needs to get food, water, and other resources to live. As cities grow and develop, the problem will only get worse.
To help prevent this problem, the students at our school decided to build a low-cost wildlife detection system.
Although animal detection systems are not new, they are extremely costly and lack the ability to address the widespread need. Students volunteered their after-school time to work on the project. We thought this challenge was a great opportunity because we love to make stuff. Our teacher has tried to surround us with all sorts of tools of creation. He's hosted fundraisers for electronic sets for the classroom, along with electronic kits for students to keep.
We have a 3D printer, laser cutter, CNC router, and metal casting equipment. And all these tools really didn't cost that much. We have all this equipment to help us take just an idea and turn it into a reality, something that you can hold in your hand. So most of our project was assembled and produced in our classroom.
From the beginning, our project began to evolve. At first, our design was a large and expensive pole-mounted device, but just like natural selection and ecology, our project evolved due to economic and manufacturing pressures. We knew our project had to be low cost, easy to install, and quick to fabricate.
In the end, our product is a 10-inch tall solar-powered motion detector that is placed along existing fence posts along the road. When it is triggered by an animal approaching the road, it sends a radio signal to all other nodes, telling them that an animal has approached the road, which starts the strobing sequence you see, and this will warn drivers to slow down.
We soon realized that engineering isn't about smooth sailing and having all the right answers. It's actually about finding one possible solution to the many problems you encounter. And to complete our project, we had to 3D design and print parts, mold and cast additional pieces, laser cut and heat bend plexiglass, design and etch circuit boards, solder and program microcontrollers, and send data wirelessly.
We didn't want to make just a prototype. We wanted to make something that looks manufactured and ready to produce. If we took just 1/10 of what was spent on wildlife collisions last year, we could line both sides of the roads with our product from New York to our hometown in Arizona 7 times.
Collisions with deer is a real problem, and our project is a real solution. Thank you.
To the judging panel.
How did you test your product to make sure it was working in the field?
We put it out. There's a field not far from our school with cattle and stuff like that in there. And so we put those there and had them walk past it, and it triggered them pretty well.
Excuse me, does it have the ability to store the solar power? So if you're not having a sunny day, or it's Arizona, so it's probably, but if national use, like how, is there a redundancy built into it, or is it, have you thought about places this could be employed beyond your community where perhaps there isn't readily available sunshine?
Well, see, so the solar power, it should store the battery life, because we also have a light sensor inside of it to shut everything off to save battery life.
Perfect, thank you.
So I was hoping you'd bring a deer today for some sort of demo, but we had liquid nitrogen, but no deer.
Yeah.
My question is, on the video, you said you had a meeting with Arizona Game and Fish. So could you tell us about the meeting? What did you learn from that, and how did you build that into your project?
Well, what we learned from that meeting is he told us about some of the other really high-tech, expensive detection systems that is already out there, and how they're like so expensive they can only place it in like only a few places throughout the state. And he also told us about where some major parts are where deer crosses the road, to give us an idea of good spots to put it.
Yeah, I guess just generally speaking, what was, while you were developing this, what was the biggest challenge that came up, and how did you overcome that and move on from that and learn from that?
One of our biggest problems was that a lot of our product is 3D printed. And so the base alone took 10 hours. The top took 8 hours. And that was too time consuming. So instead we made plastic molds to reproduce them. And another thing was that with 3D printing, since it takes so long, sometimes the nozzle will clog, or other things, so many things could go wrong. And so with the molds, that was important.
I see that you have CAD drawings of your product, and you have a final version here, and you mentioned at least one other iteration that was 3D printed, but walk us through the steps that you actually went through, the process of designing to then having a final product.
So could you clarify that real?
What iterations, or did you have other prototype? You mentioned prototyping models that you had during the design process. What are those steps that you took, from a CAD model to a 3D printed model, and then to your final, I think you said it was a mold of plastic?
Yeah.
What are some other steps that you had in between, or is that it?
So when we first got this idea, we just drew it out on a piece of paper, and it was like a big box that we would set on top of a fence post. But we realized that that wouldn't be very efficient, because it's like a big, huge box, and it wouldn't be smaller and more portable. So we went onto an online software and started making designs until we made this design here, and then we loaded it up to our 3D printer and printed it out, made any changes that were necessary, and then this is how we got the final product.
I have a question. Did you guys consult with Bambi at all during this process?
Yes.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect. But I'm really curious, and I asked this last group too, but what is the one thing you learned from beginning, middle to end? I know, it's like every time it's like, what? This kid's a broken record. But they're so different because everyone learns something totally different in these projects. So I'm really curious. What did you learn?
So one of the real main important things that I learned is to not get frustrated and quit when things aren't working, because I worked with coding and that was pretty challenging, like the whole way through, just because figuring out where to start to finish, and we would run into multiple problems with the pieces not working together or something, and I really learned that it's important to just kind of calm down, do some research on it, figure out different things, and use your ideas. Don't rely on other people. Just kind of self-reliance.
Nice.
I kind of learned the same thing. When things aren't going exactly as you want them to or expected them to, you have to keep your cool, be patient, and try your best to work your way through it.
Awesome. Very cool.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Snowflake Junior High School. You know, one of the things that I took away from this presentation is really the idea of like innovation isn't always coming up with something new that has never been invented before. The idea of, you know, the fact that previous models were really expensive and therefore couldn't scale, you know, this was ripe for innovation.
Right. And they even said, like, there's a product that's already out there, but how can you improve the product that's already out there? And I think costs, obviously, anytime you can make anything cheaper, more accessible, that's a good thing.
Yep.
And I know in the state of Ohio, we have a lot of deer, and I have came very close to hitting deer, and it is a terrifying event for the deer and for me, you know, for both of us. And so that's a very smart product.
No, absolutely. And it's, you know, it's got a lot of, as soon as you innovate and you come up with a true issue, it can be applied in lots of different ways.
Oh, yeah.
If it was security sensors, lots of cool things that you can do with it at scale.
Absolutely.
So we have the last school
Last
for
but not
session
least.
2. Last but not least, by
clarifying
any
that.
chance, we have Ross High School from OH.
All right, Ohio.
Ohio.
I'm not judging you guys, so I can be really excited.
Oh, they'll turn you on, don't worry.
All right, are we good? All right, so first question I'm going to ask you guys are who has children that go to school, like, I mean, right now? Or is a kid that goes to school? I'd assume that everyone here that is up there is. All right, so I'm Cody Bryant.
I'm Jacob Holm. And I'm Grant Ridge. Myself and Mr. Ridge here are both seniors, and Mr. Bryant is a junior at Ross. In my career as a student, we have witnessed a lot of evacuations, whether that be from suspicious packages showing up at our school, fires. We've been in lockdown for suspects on the run, a bullet going through our administration window, and we've gone through evacuations for fires. The main problem we saw with all of these was that there was an extreme lack of communication to students, staff, and parents about what the situation was going on.
Yep, and with that information given, we immediately got work, putting together teams in our classrooms to start making an application to solve these problems so that no student has to ever go through, or their parents go through losing a loved one. We've been lucky enough not to have any of that happen to us. So we started off with our application with the waterfall method of just going through step by step. Once one's done, we move on to the next. But that was going to be too time consuming, so we need to get this on the market to start saving lives now. So we moved to the agile method by splitting our teams into different sections and getting it done with the most work productivity.
For a project of this size, we had some hurdles we had to go through. Yes, it did work well in emergencies, but it wasn't enough. So we had to add student tracking to the classroom, and then after that we went to local officers and school administration, and they told us to add some stuff, and then we went back to the drawing board. It turned out that the earlier warning that we thought of was not of what law enforcement wanted. We started out using MIT App Inventor, using smartphones and tablets, Samsung, of course, because we started out with Raspberry Pis, Linux operating systems, but they were limited in their capabilities of what they could do, and smartphones and tablets have greater processing power. They can be charged inside of outside of buildings. They are equipped with GPS and audio pickup. So starting out with Raspberry Pis and Linux really helped us move forward to get to the mobile aspect of our app.
And we spoke with local law enforcement, and we actually talked to Madison, which is a school nearby that actually witnessed the shooting. Luckily, no one was killed, but just injuries did happen. So we decided to make a metal detection system and a gunshot detection system. So right here we have our not metal detection. This is our gunshot detection system. As of right now, it can pick up the sound. So we do have another one at our school right now. It will, when a gunshot is detected, we get the school's blueprints, and when it does, we set up 16 or more nodes inside of the building that will detect and calculate the decibels of certain gunshots, so that you can't pick up just regular conversations or anything like that, because then you run into issues with the law and stuff like that. Now, we do have our metal detection system, which does work. I will show that over here. It does right now. It detects, like, if I were to put my phone against it, if I can get it to go off. Come on. So right now, if you can show it to them, it will calculate magnetic X, Y, and Z, which are, could you explain that, Mr. Holm?
The magnetic X is basically your north and south polarization for a metal.
There it goes.
Your magnetic Y is your east and west polarization, and the Z is basically your poles of the metal.
Oh, no, but you guys seen it turn red though, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the second shirt. So yeah, that did pick up on the metal that was there. Certain guns have certain metals in them that are detected. So it calculates through the field strength of which guns those are, or if they're a knife or anything like that. So it doesn't pick up like my watch, which is silver and gold. It doesn't pick that up. So it doesn't get jewelry and stuff like that. So you don't really wouldn't get confused. But the problems that we've ran into with it are like it will interfere with itself, so that it can't actually perform the way we need it to. So we are working on that right now.
And then we did some research on like units like this, and there's a city in Connecticut that bought a system that cost around $500,000 just to protect like 4 blocks. We thought we could do the same thing, but for like a fraction of the cost. So at first, like he said, we used Raspberry Pis, like conference microphones, and Linux operating systems, but we decided that we wanted to switch to Android-based, so we switched our whole thing instead. And since we were using MIT App Inventor, it really gave us the ability to create what we wanted to create. The metal detection, the gunshot detection, and our main app. It just gives teachers and students an immediate message when they know exactly what's going on. So if they see an active shooter, they can open the app, press the button, say there's an active shooter, admin will take over, they will press another button, and it will send it straight to first responders, it'll send it to all the students and staff, and everybody can go into lockdown.
Yep. Even though we are a group of students, we have actually moved on to form a company through Sage to put us further into contact with the business world. We have contacted a lawyer to get a patent on this product so that we can get it out there, and we hope to have this finished within 6 months. I mean, we can't wait on other people to get this done. We have to get it out there now. So
we also already have a buyer for this product.
Yes.
Once we're finished.
They said they don't care what the cost is. Saving their students' lives is more important than money. So
thank you. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, please.
I just wanted to say something before the judging panel does. Raspberry Pis, that's actually it's a circuit board, right?
Yes, it's not an actual
so it's not a real Raspberry Pi, just so you guys know that.
It's all
really confusing. I had to figure that out. I looked it up and I was like, what is going on here? So yeah, okay.
I have a question as a parent. How have you spoken to any parents about this and how they feel about getting, the
Yes,
experience?
I talked to some of the parents that were here before, and they said they loved it. The way we talk to some of our people around in our community is that when it does happen, a shooting does happen, that students are trying to contact their parents as soon as possible. So what we can do is, in our database, we insert the names and numbers of those people, and then it will send the message to them as well, so the students don't have to be contacting their parents or interfering with law enforcement and stuff like that. Because we did have an incident where there was a bomb scare, and they couldn't get in because parents were pulling in, and then the law enforcement couldn't get in. But it does send it to first responders first, so it gets them in here as quick as possible.
Thank you.
I know at the end you mentioned kind of moving forward, you already have someone interested in
yes.
Purchasing this.
Mhm.
How did that happen? How did you guys make that contact and move in that direction?
The way Ross High School works is that there are certain classes that are provided through Butler Tech, and it is a Butler Tech class. So they kind of knew what was going on, and once we had a product that could be working, they said, we want it. So, and then we've also contacted other schools as long as that. We were on Local 12, Channel 9, and we got into our newspaper. So all of those, yeah, to provide that as well. So people know what's going on in Ohio. Yes.
So Anne said this morning there would be no tough questions or bad questions, but you're the last group, so what the heck? You know, a system like this, you have to really guard against false positives.
Yes.
Because the last thing any community needs is, you know, some kind of scare thing. But you also need very high reliability, and you know, you were just showing us sometimes the challenges
Yes,
of getting the
right.
system. So how have you made sure that you don't get the false positives, but you have a very reliable system?
So we're still working out the kinks on the metal detection system, because right now it could pick up the metal underneath the table. So it does, right now, it's not really within range. So there would be two, it's kind of like a metal detection system that you would walk through it. We need to make it to where it doesn't interfere within a certain range. We're still working on that right now. Our class is still back in Ross working on it as we speak. We actually have a website to get this out to people even faster too, so that's undergo.
Last question. And no, it's not what you think over there. It's not about learning. It isn't. How many of you guys are going to apply to The Ohio State University? Oh, man. All right, judges, you guys write that down. That's where I went, just so you guys know.
One thing I would like to point out, a big factor into why we made this was because, as Mr. Bryant said before, Madison High School, which is a school nearby us, had a school shooting. They contacted us, said, when you get this done, let us know. We are very interested. A few weeks ago, April 10th, out in San Bernardino, there was another school shooting. An 8-year-old died because one guy was mad at his wife for something that had happened earlier in the day or the night before, and he went in to directly get her. But at that time, there were 2 students behind her because they were asking her questions for help on a problem. And when he walked in, he went through the school's check-in system. So he was checked in, he walked through the office, nobody knew he had a weapon on him. So right then and there, that's where the metal detection would come in to stop that guy from getting into the school. So with that being said, this is why we wanted to get our app out there as soon as we could.
Let me check this one more time. I'm going to see if I can.
You mentioned you met with law enforcement. What feedback did they have to make sure that this app and your project would enhance their abilities and not hinder it to cause confusion?
It does detect. So it can detect
Sorry,
the metal
we
within
did
the
get metal detected.
About, can you repeat the question? I was,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So you said you met with law enforcement.
Yes.
What feedback did they have to make sure that this app would enhance the capabilities that they would have and not add to confusion if it's alerting a lot of people in the school?
So they knew about the problems prior with the bomb scare that we had, and they couldn't get in. So I don't think at the beginning we didn't have it to where it would contact law enforcement. But when we did talk to her, she just had the idea is, why don't you put us in there as well? But so she wouldn't run into any problems. She said that she would have certain numbers for her contacts within the building, and it would be able to get to them first, and then they would be sent out. So that the students aren't contacting and then not everyone's coming in at one time, as did happen.
How did your team divide up the responsibilities?
So we had 3 teams.
Four, because we did have to make a video.
I took part of the programming, the software team. We had a hardware team.
Management.
Management.
Yeah,
Myself
project
and-
manager and assistant manager.
Yeah.
So we had to make sure that everybody was doing what they were supposed to. We had a wonderful group. They knew the metal detection group. They were fantastic. They knew what they wanted to do. They were just, everyone in our class wanted to help. So we actually, it wasn't just our class. We had 2 classes working on this at once. So we kind of split the application into 2, and then with the agile method, we had individuals working on each part. So we, if anything were to malfunction, that we had all these groups working together to get this done. So at the end, when we put it all together, it was amazing.
Well, thank you so much.
Yep,
Thank you so much. Good luck.
Again, another example of a great project dealing with a issue that's so relevant and unfortunately a recent occurrence. Jay.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was just a real life scenario.
Yeah.
And so problems that do occur, this one's a little more broad, but and there are certain areas of the country that are more susceptible than others. And so, it's tackling a problem, a very serious problem, head on.
Yeah. Well, this that was the last school for today, for today's pitch session, and I would really like to take a moment to, I know the judges are busy compiling their scores, to ask them a couple of comments and thoughts for their experience today, because they've asked you questions, but any overall thoughts that you'd like to share with everyone here.
What did you learn today?
When I was in high school, I was not worried about the world. And I'm just stunned by the nature of the projects, not only the knowledge that went into building them, but the way the students are really caring about others was really stunning. All the teams did that beautifully.
Yeah, I think going off of that, as you know, I've been here the past 2 years covering this as a journalist, and now sitting here as a judge, I'm getting to hear all the projects. I agree with your point. I think kind of the connecting thread throughout for this whole contest is the sense of empathy for communities and understanding of other people's differences and cultures, et cetera, and how you can solve that through STEAM. And I think that each group seemed to demonstrate that, and that's so impressive to me.
A comment or a piece of advice to all the students here today. It really shows how important the skills you're learning in this competition to have Samsung back this so strongly, that it's a really clear market signal that what you're learning here today matters, and the skills that you're developing right now in these projects will put you in a really good place. Our CEO says once in a while that in the labor market, don't be a commodity. Build up those skills that are marketable, and that's the best thing you can do. I encourage all of you to continue to take advantages of any opportunities you have, like a competition like this, to continue to hone those skills to contribute to the world in the future.
I would echo that. I mean, amazing work by all the teams, and really building a foundation for creative problem solving for the future, but also, I think, really creative teamwork. I mean, you need all of these projects show that you need such a diverse set of skills in order to not just solve the project, but market it, sell it, get people to support you, and engage on really important issues. And so congrats to all of you for being able to do that.
So when we set this program up 7 years ago, we could never have guessed the journey that we would have taken. But I think it's huge credit to the schools, the teachers, the students from all across the country that you've taken on these problems, because we see everything here, as my colleagues just said, that we would hope to see. We see creativity, we see problem solving, we see teamwork, We see local community engagement. So it's really a joy to see that. I would make one final plug. Today we've kind of heard a lot from the students, and big credit to them. But I also want to acknowledge the schools, the principals, the teachers, the parents, the team behind the team. Because I think for these great projects to be successful, there's always the team behind that's making it all possible. So the teachers who've come to be here today, thank you to all of you for everything you do at the school.
Nick, what was the one thing?
Thank you! Finally, someone asked me! That's all this was, actually. It was a big ploy, actually, just so someone would finally ask me. Thank you so much. I'm waiting for this opportunity for hours. No, what I learned is that this year I was just as impressed as I was last year. I sit over here kind of like a little kid. I just smile. I'm just like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. Because it really impresses me. So many of the ideas and so many of the problems that you solved, a lot of the problems are problems that, one, I don't think about because I'm out of that age bracket. I'm not in that demo anymore. But two, you're at a point in your life where your creative problem-solving skills are actually almost at its peak. And so you really got to take advantage of that. And so seeing that you've already done it, I think is amazing. So I want to give another big round of applause for everybody. If everyone want to come in on this one. Yeah. Because what you've already done by being here at this competition is a huge, huge task. And you've accomplished it. So congratulations to everybody. And thank you for coming out.
And just as a closing note, I just want to say, and I said this in the very beginning of the day and when we met last night. Every year we meet schools and students and administrators and teachers, and every year we're like, wow. But I have to say, like, wow, once again, you've done all an amazing job. It is not easy getting up here on stage to do this and to try and answer them in a way that makes the work proud, your teammates proud, and your school proud. You have all done an amazing job, and again, I could not be more proud to have spent the day with you and to have heard and seen the best things that you brought to the table today. So, on behalf of Samsung, on behalf of the judges, on behalf of everyone, I want you to know how awesome a job you did, and how this is not, we know it's not easy, and we know that you guys are competitive. That's why you're here. You want to win. But, that all aside, that you should be proud of yourselves, and you should really, no matter what it looks like tomorrow, that you have done so much to get here today. You guys started working on this idea maybe September, maybe even before that, looking at other videos. So to get to this point today is really just an awesome, awesome thing. So, I want you to know that, we have to thank you. Thank you for letting us hear your stories, learn about your communities, learn a little about you and your team and how you thought about how you want to change the world. I know I'm inspired and empowered for just having met you and heard the effort and the spirit in which you're going to change the world. So, thank you, and this is the end of the day. Round of applause. Woo. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so what we're going to do, because at Samsung we love to take group photos. We're going to we're going to close the day with a group photo. So Jocelyn here is going to steer us in the right direction to make sure we take a great group photo. And then what we're going to do is, if Nelson, if there are any schools left to interview? Okay, 2. He will reach out and tap you guys. If you could stay behind so he can get clips of you. And then we will see you for dinner tonight. Thanks again, everyone. Awesome job.